Alright. Back from the lands without internet. Today we're gonna do a little shopping tour because I made some good sales. And I farmed like the floor. I have 95 divines to my name. And I want to do some shopping. I need a better amulet. My amulet is dog shit. I mean, it's not dog shit. It's actually pretty good. But I need a better one. And I'm trying to find one. But unfortunately, I mean, there is good ones, but there is not a single one which feels good enough. There's many without any defenses. Oh, is this actually new? No. So there's many without life. So I would ideally want to have one with flat life, percent life, and cast speed, and a defensive prefix. Unfortunately, all have spell damage. I'm not sure, but this is probably going to have something to do with the craft. There's so many with this spell damage prefix here. And I really don't want to settle like for 50 divine amulet with like this dead tech spell damage, which I really don't want to have. And unfortunately, it also has the same item level than life, so there's also no way to get rid of it effectively. So, and yeah, as you can see, like all these amulets, they all have this spell damage in the prefix. Well, there's one with accuracy actually, but you know, this is also pretty bad. So yeah, I mean, you know, maybe I just have to wait for a little longer. Or I would have to settle for one with the spell damage tag. But if I settle for one with the spell damage tag, I would not spend more than, I don't know, maybe 20 diffs, maybe 25 if it's really good, but not more. Because I don't want this spell damage tag, but I also want a new amulet. So I could get one. And ideally, I also want one with rarity, right? So I could get for one of these, right? So this is like the ones I'm looking at. This has like rarity. This has cast speed. This has crit. This has max life, spell skills, and, you know, flat life. So I would, you know, kind of opt for one of this, like these. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these. And I could just get one of these, to be honest. And, you know, just get a better one at some point, because this is not going to be a waste of money. But yeah, I would have to, like, for example, this one here is pretty good, but it only doesn't have like a rarity tag, so it kind of needs to have like a rarity. So if I would settle for this, I would need to get like a rarity implicit here. And ideally, I would want to even have like a rarity suffix, like this one here, for example. But this one doesn't have flat life, so I definitely want to have flat life. So, for example, like these kind of things here, right? 16, 15-ish, 162 life, 9%, 25 cast. So there's a bunch of these, which are all fairly similar. They just slightly differ in the raw numbers. So if I can trust my weighting, you know, I would just get like one of the higher ones. Like this one, for example, which has like 102 crit damage bonus, 9% life, the spell damage, 16% rarity implicit. But this has a 20% rarity implicit, so, but it has less max life. And cast speed, they all have like pretty much the same. I mean, I'm just gonna buy one of these. I honestly don't care. I'm gonna lose a little bit of energy shield, but you know, that's fine for now. Because I'm not gonna find this, what I'm looking for is just too expensive. So I'm just gonna bump it up to like 30-ish. That's absolute max I wanna pay. There, here we have max life, but this is like 19. And it's really just, you know, a couple of rarity points over the ones, which is just, you know, a little bit cheaper here. Maybe I'm just gonna get one of these. They're all like in the same price range, but there's... So this one is probably even a better one because you could technically get off rid of the suffix here, but I don't actually want that. These sort of like low life rolls. Maybe I just go for one of these. Give it like a total maximum life of... let's make it 160-ish. Oops. Okay, so this is the best one money can buy for me. It's like 30 diffs. It has good chaos, good crit, spell skills. But it only has like... But I mean, I could reroll this implicit if I wanted to. But to be honest, I'm probably not gonna spend. And here's one which is a little bit... Okay, this has a dead suffix though. That is obviously not going to work. And this also has a dead suffix. So these are like the options I have. This is 30, but it only has a... So I probably would... This only has like 8 max life. So I would probably wanna... Also has 8. There's 8. I would like to have one with 9 actually. So I think I have to go for a little bit less here. Actually, I never looked at actually reducing this to like 7. Maybe that's something I should look into. Now I could probably get something which I haven't seen yet. Oh, this thing has 10? Wow, okay. Where did this come from? Jesus. This is sick, actually. But it's, yeah, it's a little expensive. So where do the 10% come from? What did I change? Oh shit, it was in the max. I had it in the max slot, not in the min slot. Alright. Now it's getting interesting. So this one I was looking at, this is actually pretty good, but it's 80 damn divines. Energy shield from body armor is decent. This has 204 max life. Oh, this is sanctified. So we cannot use this. Because it cannot be anointed. So we have to make sure these are not sanctified. Sanctified, no. Alright. Oh. So this is pretty... So this is so high on my list. It has no flat life. But it has a good amount of rarity, and it's only like 20 diffs. But you know, it's also just not good. I don't know, my weighting is kind of prioritizing a little bit into the defense stats here. 600? What's the problem of this guy? But yeah, so I'm back in the, you know, this is like all like the ones which I've seen before. So nothing really changed with reducing it to 7. Could even reduce it to 6 maybe. See if anything comes up. Probably not. This one here is new. Oh, this one is actually rarity implicit. It has a low life roll. It has 3 scales, a damage bonus, cast speed, 6 max life. I mean, this has low rolls, but it's actually not that bad for just like certain diffs. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. But here are all like the nice ones with the spell damage. But, you know, the other one would be cool because I would keep some of the energy shield, actually. Because these are all the same ones with the spell damage in the prefix. Oh, this actually is a double rare. Oh my god, 300 diffs. Gotta be kidding me. So wait, what was this 13? So this is high on my list because it has a double rarity. No, it has just one rarity. So there's the 77 ES. It has an okay life roll. This is not... so this is gonna go 20% more of... So this is gonna go to 7, and this is gonna go to like 100, what? 10? So it's not like... 22 cast, crit bonus. I mean, this is decent, actually. I'm just gonna buy this. This is cheap. Not gonna make a loss on this. I can always resell this.
You definitely want that one, right?
This is decent. This will give me some good life. Dash Catalyst.
Let's see if there are any takers.
I mean, I could sanctify or corrupt this if I want, because it... So, like, given the fact this was cheap, it's... So, in my world, if it's cheap, it's corruptible. So, if it's cheap, I'm always gonna corrupt stuff if it's cheap, because you know what? Like, if I break it, yeah, I spend a little bit of money on it, but you know, who cares? But I don't know, like, corrupting amulets has like a gazillion mods, I think. Wait, why doesn't it show the corrupted here? Huh? Ah, here. Oh, they changed this. So here's the corruptions for amulets. So we can get strengths, which would be nice. We could obviously hit the jackpot with skills. We could hit rarity. We could hit aures. Actually, you know, there's just 1, 2, 3 garbage. I mean, there's 4 garbage rolls, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 good rolls. So, you know, what can go wrong, right? I mean, we have to obviously anoint our Gem Enthusiast first, which is ridiculously expensive. What is it? Isolation, Greed, Suffering. Let's get some exalts.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Isolation. Actually cheaper than before. It's just like a little bit much less than a divine, actually. Well, no, with all the essences, not much less, but you know, a little bit less at least. Right, so we go for isolation, greed, suffering. Let's before I corrupt this, let's see. I have 3.8k life and 5.7k ES. So I go for... So this gives me like 400 life and I lose 1600 ES. So, you know, it's actually not such a bad trade-off. Because this also gives me a crit bonus. And, you know, it gives me a good amount of extra damage. But, you know, it's all going to be irrelevant. Because we're just going to corrupt this. And then it's probably going to be brick anyway. So let's do brick or chick. Go. And it's brick. It's not that brick, actually. It just lost. So it lost the energy shield and it got armor. So it's not the worst brick of all times, but it's brick. God damn it. Why? So now I'm gonna go down to like 5.7, so I'm gonna go to 3.9. So this is really like horrible. I gotta get rid of this baby. What did I buy it for? 17 divines? Well, let's just say now it's 10.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Right. Shit happens. I had to do it. It was too cheap. I had to do it. There was no way not doing it. Right. Maybe I should just settle for one of these good ones. Like there's in the like 30-ish range. Because, you know, I need to spend the money anyway. It's just gonna inflate to like absolutely zero anyway if I don't. But this is actually nice. This is 32 diffs, but it has a lot of big rolls. And it has max rarity. This has 9%, so this is probably a little bit better. Right, I'm just gonna buy one and set a note. This one, this one. So we have 175, 7%. This has 9% increase, so this is probably going to be a little bit better on the life end. This is going to be, that's pretty similar actually. I would probably buy the better one there. So here's also another one with 9, 17. There's like so many of these. 169.9. There's 156.9. 33, 30, 25. So I would probably like right now I'm on this one here. Here's one for 18, which has not what I want. Here's one for 25. Which is also, just there's like 16 in the implicit. This is the one for 300. I would like to have this. This has like insane rarity. Okay, here's one for 25 with 8. 15 in the implicit, 27 cast. 37, 9, 129. Okay, so it gets worse now. So here's, let's see if we find anything cheap now. So, you know what, I'm just gonna buy this one here. So this is probably the best one for me. It has 169.9. This has 156.9. 19, and this just has 17, so 2% less rarity, a little bit more life. This is a little bit more rarity, a little bit less life, a little bit more crit. I mean, these two are pretty similar, except for the rarity. So I'm just going to go for the one which is 2 diffs less. And then we got that. Already wasted like 18 divines.
It's yours.
Even though this has no defense in it, right? So this will actually cost me a good amount of defense. So I'm going from 3.8 and 5.7 to 4.2 and 3.9. But that's okay. Let's get the gem enthusiast again. Oh, wait, this didn't have the gem enthusiast in, so it's not really. What was it? Isolation. Wonderful.
I'll post it right away.
Suffering. Greed. Okay, so now I need rings. So I don't know what I want to go first. Rings or grand spectrums? There we have like mad shopping tour. Right. Isolation. Greed. Suffering. Right, so now we go from 3.8 to 4.4. So that's actually pretty good. Yeah, so we need 2 good rings. My rings are decent, but they have too low life. I want to have the same rings, basically, with bigger life rolls now. And, Yeah, the helmet is... I'm just trying out this helmet with Spirit because I want to try if Elemental Invocation, a Siphon Element really has like a usable effect, but I'm probably gonna get rid of this helmet. This year I don't want to invest more. I guess it's good enough. I'm already like at DPS cap anyway. I don't need any more DPS, so... let's go for the rings. Let's go for the rings. So we have the rings. Where's the rings? Ring Bloodmage. Right, so this time we definitely want the life with it. So we ideally want to switch from speed to... I don't even know if we want to switch to Breach Ring with life. Does Pseudo work now, by the way? Oh, it's too complex anyway. So where's my maximum life? So let's just promote this relatively high. Now let's give this like a meaningful budget. They're all like at 110. That's like way too low for me. I want more. I want more. How about if I lower these to 20? Oh, it's too complex again, right? I don't care about int. I don't care about... Well, actually I care about resistances. I don't care about the... Actually I care... I don't think these can roll on rings. The strengths, dex, I don't care. I don't care about spell. I don't care about lightning. Or results, okay. How about 180? Or results. Okay, so the maximum with life modifiers is 160 on a ring. I don't really want to believe this. Go for the ridiculous expensive stuff. Okay, so I guess this is the highest life mod you can get on a ring. You won. Okay. Right, so let's go for 140 to get like... Wait, then my rings are actually not that bad, right? If I remove the 40%, then... Are they T2 life? This is tier 3 life, this is tier 2 life. So I guess my rings are alright, actually. Like, based on... I mean, obviously they could be a little bit better, but I think they're alright. I could change them to life, but it wouldn't make any sense. So I could just get like a little bit extra life of the rings. I think it makes no sense. Yes, I could... Yes, it would be an okay upgrade, but I'm pretty sure I'm like better off if I just go for the Grand Spectrums. Because then I'm not gonna have any money anywhere. How much is the rubies right now? Just gonna burn like all my money. 28 divs. How much do I left? Shit, I can only afford one. Oh god, fail. I mean, I can sell this amulet. This is gonna be very expensive, right? So I don't even know what this is. This is gonna be freaking expensive. Probably not even gonna find something like this on the market. But let's sell it. Alright, so we have rarity. Another rarity. Let's go to like 15. Let's go to like 30-ish. Let's go to like 50-ish. Go to like 50, 50, whatever. And nothing found. This like remove one rarity here. Okay. So now we're getting into where these things actually exist. So I would just assume with the extra rarity tag on, it should go into like, I would say like somewhere around 35 maybe. Start with 35.
I'm sure someone will want that.
Okay, so I can't afford the Grand Spectrums. Obviously, I can get better gloves for lots of money. The boots I don't really want to touch. So we could touch the gloves to get like a better life roll here. Because this is just like a tier 7 and tier 1. So you can actually get gloves with like 250 life or something like that. And these are really not so hard to get, I would assume. Let's see. Is this my gloves already? No. Should be glove soul course, this one here. Right, so this is the gloves, and now if we just go for like a, you know, maximum life of, just make it 200. I don't really care about the energy shield on them, so let's just say it can have 66, I think is the next tier. We want to have 2 rune sockets. We can actually do 1 rune socket and corrupt ourselves. And let's go for like, you know, 30 limit or something like that. Right, so there we go. Hundreds, okay, it's socketed. Yeah, so you can have, with this one, it has like 100. Wait, what? Oh. So the pseudo works actually, but that was not the one I wanted. I wanted a real one. 180. Right. So this is, by the way, already exceptional. For 25 diffs. It has rarity. It has energy shield. It has int, which is, I would rather have, you know, resistance, but whatever. And it has like a big life roll. And it's exceptional. It can be corrupted. The problem is if I buy it, I will corrupt it. And that might end up not being very smart. Here's another decent one. But yeah, these are all like a little bit too expensive to throw away. Do I have 2 sockets? I have 1 socket. Okay. This is like a 14% lightning pen implicit. What do you want with that? So this is 12 corrupted, 116. Has a good amount of life, but they don't have resistances. Mine have just 30 fire res, so tip a Stormweaver guide. You can reroll to Bloodmage. That's the best guide. I have a Stormweaver guide though on my YouTube. Okay, there's just very little of these actually. I'm like tempted to buy one of these and slam like an life per enemy code is super nice, by the way. I'm tempted to just slam these with an corruption. I mean, I'm just gonna trade fire res for life. I mean, if I slam it, I could just add like an extra fire res. Technically, I can put fire res in, you know, this helmet, for example. I can get like a better helmet. This one can also still be corrupted. I can also always put fire res in this one here to lose a little bit of life. But yeah, why is there none with like 1? I'm super confused. These all have 2 sockets. Oh, there's the first one with 1 socket. Because, you know, sometimes you can find these very cheap. Or like, you know, make it 5 diffs. Or like, let's make it 10. Okay, maybe we cannot find these cheap. Wow. This is actually insane corruption. I mean, the best ones we can get are like these with like, you know, but it's like 25 diffs. Like, this is overpriced for this item. I could craft this myself for way, way less. I'm actually thinking about making these myself because these are all very overpriced. I don't really see a reason why they are being so overpriced. But where was the one I wanted to buy? This one, right? This one has rarity, a lot of life, gain life, armor, I don't care about, energy shield. 15 diffs. I could just slam it. I mean, I don't think it's difficult to craft these. Since it's a suffix, so you can pretty much slam the prefixes with life rolls. How difficult is it to make these? Because you can use super cheap bases on the gloves, right? Because I don't really care about the energy shield at all. So maybe we just craft them. It's probably going to be much, much cheaper. So if you use, for example, gloves, you know, Strength Int is probably the cheapest one because nobody plays Strength Int. So let's see. You have 1 life tag, 2 life tag. So you have 2 life tags. Yeah, prefix is life roll, exactly. So there's 2 life tags in the prefix. And there's no life tags in the suffix, obviously. There's 1 actually leech. So you have to finish the suffixes first. Then you would have to desecrate the one, and the essence is suffix, right? Socketed soul. So the essence is suffix. So we would have a suffix. So we would buy one with... We would buy a decent base. Then we would put the suffixes for like resistance, probably is the best suffix we can get there. Just res. I mean, you know, ideally item rarity. So we could get res and item rarity. Was item rarity my requirement? Yeah. So I have item rarity in here as a required stat. That's why they are so expensive. Because item rarity we cannot really craft, right? We would have to get a base. So we would have to get basically any gloves, right? Which are magic with rarity increased. So that would have to be the prefix, and ideally we need like a life text in the suffix. A life tag in the prefix as well. So ideally we would have something with maximum life. And then we would need 2 sockets. And here's our bases. So I mean this is like okay, because you know we're gonna slam on the other prefix, right? Ideally you would want to have this prefix here. But you know, this base is expensive, but this base is pretty cheap actually. For like 50. It has armor and evasion, which is like fucked up, obviously. Now I wouldn't fracture. I would usually buy like less expensive bases. And if you it's probably not even worth this because you could just go for like item rarity only. And since the prefix tag doesn't have so much, right? The prefix tag has 2 life tags of like 8 tags total. So you could either buy like these isolated ones and just slam them for a life prefix. But there's not so many of these actually. So, I mean, yes, there's a lot with like 1 diff. But, you know, you can also buy them like empty. If you buy them empty, they're probably, you know, probably cheap as fuck, right? So, whatever like this stupid annul is, I hate it. So we would want to go for exalted diffs. So yeah, they start... I mean, it's actually not cheap, right? So the random gloves start at 20. So 25-ish. I mean, you know, and it's like random gloves here. So we could at least like try to get one with energy shield. Just to, you know, see... Because we can still sell them off again, right? If I just buy like... But yeah, these are already like into the 40. And these are all very, very bad bases, right? So... I mean, even if we do this, realistically speaking... like base for like this... Whatever. So we're looking at 2 divines for the good bases here. And we're looking at 35 for the hybrid bases. So let's just say we need technically, right? So we need one high life mod. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The weighting is, yeah, pretty much, let's just say these are a little bit lower. So let's just say it's like a 1 in, let's just say it's like a 2 in 8. So let's just say, let's just make it 25%. So we have a 25% to get a life roll on this and the prefix. We can get one life roll in the suffix, but I would consider that a brick, right? So we have a, well, we care a little bit about the ES, right? But not so much. But yeah, anyway, so we need like a 25%. So we have a 25% to roll this, right? So let's just say we're looking at 1 divine for the base. And then we need the essence, which is... what is it? Horror, right? Is it horror? So we need the horror essence, which is... What is this? 920? Let's see this in divines. So this is 5. So 6 divines for the attempt. But we throw this at the end, right? Removes a random modifier and augments a rare. And then we can use that with the omen to only remove a suffix. So we could get it like... I mean... So I would probably buy a good base for this to make this more deterministic. Because if we want to have decent suffixes on this, we cannot just blindly craft this. Because we would have to either K or slam, but this is that's not what I want to do. So we would kind of, if we really get this, right, and we just don't care about anything. I mean, we could technically get these as rare and just annul them down, but they're probably all corrupted. You could also use Recombinate or Shenanigans, but let's just look at the magic ones here. So, I mean, there's one we can buy. This is, but it's armor and evasion, but they're all armor and evasion, right? So this one, I'm not gonna buy this base at 6 divines. I mean, I could buy this base at 6 divines, because this is I can guaranteed get, since increased rarity has no tech, right? Increased rarity has no tech. So if I would use this, I could prefix slam this for the live hybrid. Right, then I would have one prefix open. And the essence of thing is suffix, right? Yeah. So I would have one prefix open, and I would have one suffix open. So the one prefix, I can just slam it with a defense tag, right? I mean, what else are gonna do? So I would slam the one prefix with a defense tag. Then I would be looking at like, 10 divines total cost, and then I would just have a random suffix. I cannot force anything into the suffix. I can just desecrate it and hope I get something good. That's basically what I could do with these gloves. So the question is, will they end up being better than the ones I can buy for like 25 divs right now? Or like, I can probably even buy these for 15. So will they be better than like these? Because this is the same life I will get, roughly, right? This is the same range. The prefixes, yeah, or what else? It doesn't really matter what I get, right? There's no prefixes I need on the gloves. Like, it's just mana, I don't care. It's just mana and damage. So there's literally no prefix, which is interesting. There's also no desecrated prefix, right? So prefix irrelevant. So we would get this, right? And then we have the suffixes, right? Okay, this has rarity and a random one. So I would get the same. I would get rarity and a random suffix. I cannot force on a resistance suffix. Or, so, you can desecrate on the suffix, right? Exactly. I mean, you can force a high mod level. You can force mod level 40 for... How much is the rip? Is it rips? So we could force it for 1.5 divines. We could force a minimum modifier level of 40, right? So desecration, and we have 6 choices. So desecration for a suffix is not that horrible. Not that horrible. But I mean, we're probably gonna end up being a little bit better than this for roughly the same price. And if we go a little bit higher, then we're probably gonna be ending up. So then we have like these with intelligence. So this is not even like good. It's just random, right? So there's no reason it cost this much. This has a chaos res. It has a good rarity though, with 25%. So it has armor and ES, but it's also like these bases are all not good, right? And they just have life, which makes them expensive. But none of these bases is technically better than mine. So I would basically trade, do a little trade-off. But you know, maybe we can just do it for science. Maybe we get lucky. I'm just gonna look through these if there's like some very good ones. I mean, these are all like decent, right? This has like a 25 rarity energy shield recharge, but they all have like no resistances. So, you know, even if we get lucky, we can get a little better if we just buy this base here. Right, we can buy the... I mean, there's actually two bases we could use, right? We could use this one and try to slam on the tier 1 life, but I would rather buy the one with the tier 1 life. Like, so, if we buy the tier 1 life, there's actually two of these. This has energy shield, this has armor, so who cares? So this is actually a decent base for this craft. It's also item level 79. Yes, we could, you know, cannot get tier 1. Yeah, exactly. You cannot get res and rarity, and I kind of want rarity. So the last mod is gonna be desecrated. So it's gonna be RNG, right? There's nothing we can do with that. But you know, just for the sake of... Come on, now you sold it? Alright, then for the sake of science, we're just gonna use... shit. That is like so unfortunate. I was just going to... Oh, there's a new one. I really don't want to have like an armor ES. I would like to have one with just least. Yeah, now the bases are unfortunately gone, so we could skip the rarity and just go for a life resistance one, which is the safer bet. It's also probably safer from the but anyway, we have to... If it's unfractured and we have a resistance one, we would have to slam 2 resistances first and then, you know, do that. That would be safer. Because, you know, the technically keeping the rarity is not even possible. It's always going to be RNG. So we might just buy one with like a res here. It's also probably going to be cheaper. I hope the resistances now works. Pseudo to all. They still don't work. Let's do maybe we just do the craft with resistances, because then it's gonna have reselling value. Right, so we want at least 35-ish. So there we have decent bases for like no money, right? But they don't have tier 1 life, so I would like to have one with the tier 1 life, actually. So then we're looking at a 2 divine base. We're not gonna find it... I mean, we're gonna find it with a tier 1 res. But since we're randomly gonna lose one of the resistances, I would probably not even care. So let's probably just go for like a decent base with item level. So these are evasion. There's no energy shield ones. This ones are the... I mean, this is expensive, right? This is like 5 divines for like a okay base. Well, it's gonna have 3 res, right? Because we're gonna slam it with the... Well, actually, if we are unlucky, it can get... So here's the thing. If we are unlucky, it can get a res and the life suffix, right? It can get one of... It can get... Well, actually, there's 2 life suffixes. There's actually 3 life suffixes, so... It's not even going to be guaranteed if there's a life tag on it. So I think not even that craft will be good, because if we have this life tag and we slam resistances, we are likely to just get useless life tags. So we cannot even get this. We would have to get this later by chance. But I think, you know, there's a good chance to just get it. And by just doing, I think we'll just do it with resistances. So there's bases with, you know, right, the prefix we don't care about what's on there right now. Well, actually we care, but we can, no, we don't care, we just desecrate it. So what would we do? We would desecrate the prefix away. Then we would double slam resistances. Then we would slam the essence in one of the suffix randomly. And then we would have to kind of reveal the prefix, hope we get a life tag. We actually have a lot of tries, right? Yeah, exactly. We can guarantee 2 life roll on the prefix, but we would need a life roll in the prefix first, right? So because if we have resistances, resistances are elemental. So it also doesn't work on the gloves because the resistances can now roll these prefixes. So I guess no matter how you do it, on the gloves, you cannot completely deterministically do it. Because if we do the suffixes with resistances, we're gonna have... we cannot roll these because we're gonna roll these ones. Because these have an elemental tag. If we roll the prefixes first, then we have life, and then we cannot roll the resistances because we're gonna hit leech and life per enemy killed. Which is, and life per enemy, so there's also like 3. So there's 3 life mods in the suffix pool. There's 3 life, so no matter how you do it, like it's not possible actually. You have to decide for one side basically to do it first. So you could either do the life side first and then go RNG on the resistances, or you could do, I mean, it's still not a horrible chance, right? But there's no complete deterministic way of doing this actually. And the life rolls in the prefix, what are the life rolls? I mean, we don't care so much. We would need 1 roll in the prefix. How many prefixes are there? So there's 1. I mean, I assume elemental tag works. I'm not sure, but I think elemental tag counts. Maybe elemental tag does not count. I'm not entirely sure, actually. If this will count or not. But I think it will. So yeah, you're probably better off just buying it off the market. Because we could, like this one here, right, the rarity, just 15, we could, you know, re-roll this if we wanted. These are corrupt, these are 25-ish. So this has, so this is the only one which has like a energy shield recharge rate. We can re-roll this to a resistance, right? So re-rolling this to have a resistance is relatively easy because we can just Omen of Light it. And it's 25 diffs though. This one here has Chaos Res, which is okay. This one has Chaos Res, which is okay. This one here has nothing. So if I look at the market, there would be 1 for 25 diffs. This one here, which has the prefixes. It has energy shield only. It has the prefixes we want. Actually, it doesn't have all the prefixes we want. I'm kind of thinking about... It actually has, so... no, which one was it? This one here. No. Huh? Where is it? There was a one which I could re-roll. This one here. So this one here we could re-roll to a resistance, like effectively, right? So this will not be incredibly expensive to re-roll this. This just has 1 socket though, which I just noticed, so it's junk. So yeah, it's kind of, you know, I could try to make it. But I would honestly rather get one with the rarity and then just go for RNG on the suffixes. I mean, yes, you might lose the rarity to the soul core, to the essence, but that's like kind of the chance you're taking there, right? You can lose the rarity, and so this was the basis I was looking for, like 10. Okay, so somebody did the same craft probably because all the bases are gone now. With energy shield at least. But yeah, so there's no good bases right now for me because I don't want to craft this on a non-ES base. It's gonna be worth absolutely nothing. Nobody's gonna buy it, even though it doesn't really matter. Nobody will buy this. And I'm not gonna buy this base for 10 divines. That's actually out of control. So we could obviously just try to go for like normal ones and just make them. Which are, you know, the odds are actually not that bad of just making normal ones. They're like 30x each with like energy shield rolls. If we want like a full energy shield roll. Okay, so there are like 2 diffs of an energy shield base. So I would probably just settle for, you know, the hybrid bases. With item level. I mean, ideally you need 82, but you're not gonna get it. So I think 79 or 80 is just fine. So if I buy these for like 30x each, and I just slam them. I mean, how high are the odds that I get anything decent? Because we need to slam one of these life techs, so that's like 25% chance, and we need any suffix. It really doesn't matter. It should be like a suffix which doesn't block our life prefixes, obviously. You could annul it off for like a lot of money. But I think, you know, like the conclusion is this craft is freaking expensive if you want rarity on it. If you don't want rarity on it, it's relatively cheap. Right? Because this is still the same ones. But without rarity, you can get these for, if I go down like to like 10 diffs, you will find like a lot of these. Right, so these are 1-socketed, these are like 2-socketed with, you know, high life. But no, they don't have rarity, so as soon as you want to have rarity on it, it's gonna be very expensive, basically. But that's like one of the last, like, you know, it's one big item where I can, you know, improve. But I think it's gonna be, I mean, I could just YOLO some of these, right? I like to YOLO these things and just, you know, corrupt them and see what I get. That's like, you know, kind of my thing. Like, for example, like trying to get like a third socket, right? Still, we will not have rarity on this. You could obviously like try to get them with rarity and a lower life roll, but that's essentially what I already have, right? So this one here, for example, has life, has rarity. This actually has 120 life. Rarity has no resistances, but it has 2 sockets. So this is a candidate I just randomly buy and, you know, slam corrupt on and just go for chances. Because, you know, if I can get this with a 3rd socket, this is going to be much, much better than mine. Because mine really, all I'm using is 30 fire res, and if I just have a 3rd socket, I can get the 30 fire res back. And then I have, this one has 77 life, and I'm getting like one with 100. It's like a 50 life gain, basically, for chances, right? So even if I would do this, like the upgrade potential there is fairly minimal. So either you know, you spend like more for these items, or you're just not gonna get it. Right, so there's decent ones, obviously, for like a lot of cash, even though this is like stupidly bad. But yeah, so I mean, this is like resistance and rarity, right? So this is like a decent one, for example. But yeah, it's a costly gamble, and I mean, this one would be actually nice because we still have a resistance. We have the increased effect. This is still corruptible. This has, you know, still some energy shield and armor. This is rarity. So in this one here, I mean, it's 29 diffs though. But it's a decent item, right? But do I want to pay 29 diffs for 100 life? Because I can also buy Grand Spectrums, and that's probably going to be the better upgrade right now. I mean, this one is also like pretty good, right? It has Chaos Res rarity, it has 180 life. So they are there, but you know, it's in the range of like 30 diffs, which I don't know if I want to spend that for like a pair of gloves, which are just, you know, a little bit better than mine. This one would be nice if I get a second socket. But yeah, it's a 15 so this is a 15 divine chance to, you know, corrupt this for a second socket. You know, if it bricks, you have nothing. If it gets an implicit, you have basically nothing. It's just lowering the value to like 5 or so. And yeah, you have a 33% of succeeding, but I would rather buy one which is ready then, right? So yeah, nothing really blowing me away on the trade end, unfortunately. I was hoping like for something better. But yeah, there's nothing. Like these are all already corrupted. No real improvements here. I mean, these were the ones which I could slam. These are not even good. I mean, it's a stupid rarity. And if you're like trying to force on rarity with Omen of Lights, you know, you might up spending like 10, 20 divines to just get it on. Yeah, so I might just buy Grand Spectrums, to be honest. Because at this point, I cannot really improve on this end without spending a stupid amount of money. Really nothing which is blowing me away on this end. These ones are decent for 9 diffs. So this is actually a decent chance, right? So this is 9 diffs. It has... I think I already looked at these. These are decent. But yeah. So obviously a socket would be worth a little bit more than 30 res, but it's not enough of an improvement. So I think I'm just gonna go for the Grand Spectrums. Because right now I cannot really find anything. I mean, boots, I cannot really do anything. I can improve a little bit on the helmet. We could get like a life prefix on the helmet, I guess. But then we cannot get like a high... I want to have like a double rarity on my helmet, so we could just, you know, drop more energy shield for more life. But it wouldn't make so much sense to do that, actually. Yeah, so the rings can just slightly improve if I wanted to spend a lot of cash. Because they can, but I think they're fine. On the chess piece, so I think my biggest leverage would be a chess piece. If I really wanted to spend money, I could buy like a big chess piece. Because they are fairly available, to be honest. Do I have like a chest? So here's a chess piece. And we could just opt for like a 1,100 chess piece, which is the biggest one we would get like somewhere right there. So that would actually be probably the biggest life improve. Okay, so maybe we go to 150. Oh, this has weighted some. And spirit. We don't want that. So yeah, I mean, so these are like 1100 chess pieces. And if you compare them to mine, it's 150 life. It's actually... I mean, it's not bad, but if it's not gonna have life in the rolls here, right? So it's actually maybe... I mean, this one is actually very high. And it has an intelligence tech. So... let's see. So the highest ES armors are like 35 diffs. With like 1 resistance. But they will not have life in the prefix. I think never. I think they cannot go so high with life in the prefix. Oop, but they can have strengths. But anyway, int and strengths is pretty much the same. So my chess piece is int, double res, and 9. So this chess piece is already very good. I could go for like chess pieces and, you know, corrupt them for a third socket, but my chess piece is already pretty decent. And even though I could get like one which is a little bit better, I think it's also not worth like paying, you know, 35 diffs for, what is it, like 150 more life? I think we're again, the leverage here would be probably Jewels and Grand Spectrum, because as, and then there's Kaom's Heart, obviously, which is okay, but it's gonna remove a lot of energy shield from the equation. Which is actually not so bad, because I don't have so much energy shield now anymore. So if we go for... we go for like a 3 socket. A 3 socket. And we want it in Divines. So this is just 6 diffs. I mean, these are fairly cheap actually. But I think it's so it's gonna take a little bit survivability away from me, and it's gonna give me a little bit damage. But I also, that doesn't really seem to be worth it. Like Helmet, I can get like a decent amount of energy shield if I want. But at this stage, there's not much more I can do. I could buy expensive jewels to improve, but I think I'm gonna just settle for this stupid new amulet and be angry about myself. Because it's actually taking away a lot of defense for just... what does it actually give me? It just gives me like a little bit damage. Not even so much if you look at it. If I look from the tooltip, I have like 133 if I take it off and switch it against the other one.
Oh, it's you.
Where is it? So this actually gives me like 30% damage boost, right? I mean, it's not bad, obviously. We get 30% damage boost for the cost of 3.8k life, 5.7, and then we get... so it's for the cost of 1500 effective health pool. We get like 30%, 33% more damage, and we're gonna lose a little bit of rarity.
Can I help?
So I guess, you know, that's okay,
Seems like a good
but definitely not the best situation to be in. But yeah. And even if I would buy like body armors and corrupt it, I was also thinking about crafting one. But just corrupting body armors for a third socket, it's obvious. It's also gonna be very expensive. So the best improvement I could have is definitely the Kaom's Heart, the Grand Spectrums, I think, and I cannot afford them right now, so I have to farm money, I guess. Because these babies are 27 divines. And if you want to have one with a decent corruption, like they are like roughly 30. And you don't want to buy these without like corruption, I think. Like you would want to buy these at least with, you know, an LRS tag or something like that. I don't think you want to buy these without any corruption. And these are like, you know, this is probably one of the decent ones. I'm just gonna start buying these now because these are just gonna increase in price. So I think the one with the 6-7 code res here is decent. For like 30. I'm pretty sure these are gonna just, you know, gain value. I don't think these gonna decrease in value at all. So So yeah, let's go on with the craziness here. So I have a zone here. By the way, I did like the trick on the Jade Islands. I ran this like 4 times, and I got my Rakita's Flow or whatever that thing is called. And I was very happy. It was like 26 divines with like a 3 divine investment on the tower. Just using random maps for like these travels. Not even gonna put anything on there. But yeah, so I would need like 3 Grand Spectrums. Those will actually boost my damage significantly.
Follow the river to nowhere. None can oppose me.
So I wanted to see, because I added like Spirit now for... so I added this helmet with Spirit, and I wanted to see if I noticed anything of the elemental infusions thing. Because I completely specced out of elemental infusions, and it doesn't even look like any of these mobs is like spawning any elemental infusions whatsoever. So I think it makes absolutely no sense running the Spirit helmets. Maybe I can just buy like a better helmet there. I mean, I still can use my old one, I guess. But you basically don't... Well, either... I mean, it would be cool to have infusions. But as you can see, they just don't drop infusions at all. It's like never active. So our arc is never infused. We're still casting it because the arc is going to give us additional shock magnitude. By the way, I forgot. So why did I wanted to have like gloves with like 3 sockets? Because you can socket 40% magnitude of shock into your gloves. And that's actually a pretty good socket. Because, so we have arc on the cast on critical. So we're gonna have more shock magnitude naturally. So all the mobs are gonna be hit with like 50% right now. Which is pretty decent. And if I can get like another one in, I could get like another 40%, which is actually a pretty big stat. This map's like I'm not really gonna drop anything because I have an extremely strict loot filter. Yeah, so it works, but it's a small chance, right? It's a 7% chance. It works much better with freeze, but in general, I think this build kills too fast because if every mob is like one shot. Yes, it can be shocked with the first hit, but it's not so likely for it to be shocked with the first hit. So yeah, this is the old one I have, which has 105. What is this even? So this has a full life prefix even. So this would maybe something I could get. I could get like a max rarity because I don't really care so much about the ES. This is a pretty decent helmet. This one has double rest though, and it has the spirit, which I don't need, but I could use the spirit for something else, because actually this helmet here is not really better than this one, other than, you know, giving me 50% more life. It has a little bit more energy shield, but I think, you know, on a helmet I could still improve. Itemization-wise, because I can also use helmet to get resistances, so maybe I'm just gonna look for a tier 1 life helmet. Because that should be, with multiple sockets, because that should be actually fairly cheap to obtain. Because helmets are usually not so expensive. If we just remove the, you know, spirit here, and we just try to get like a tier 1 life on it. Maybe 150 or something like that. And rarity, wait, where's the rarity? We need rarity at least 40%. So helmet is like kind of the stat stick for rarity. Okay, this is probably too expensive. What? Why am I not finding anything? Probably the energy shield is too high here. Okay, so if we want a tier 1 life, then we cannot go so high on the ES. Okay, so what do we have here? We have one divine helmet here, which has nothing on it. Yeah, Mana Remnants is super cool for like fixing mana on maps. I really like it. So I don't need crit chance, so I don't want to have crit chance on items actually. So let's just see what we get without. So this already has like a... I guess a helmet craft wouldn't be so bad, but rarity you just cannot craft, right? So we can get one with decent... so this actually has int on it. I don't know how many int nodes I have in the tree. I have like a couple here. This is like... This is like 3 int nodes. I'm still using 6 int nodes. So int is actually live for me. This has a double socket. This has a single high res. I mean, this has okay energy shield, but I'm actually not a huge fan of it. Oh, look at this one here. This is so see, like these ones are the ones I like to buy for just, you know, just pure gamble. Look, you're selling this thing for 1 divine. You gotta accept I'm just gonna, you know, do like a shot in the dark on this one here. It's like, I just cannot leave an item like that because it's like so freaking underpriced, right? So I just cannot leave it. I cannot leave an item like that. It's just not happening. Like this, you cannot put this item up. So you cannot put this item up for 1 divine and then not freaking corrupt it. That is just not okay. That's not okay. That is not a good behavior, right? So you have to do this. And I don't give a shit if I brick it, and I bricked it, but this is just you cannot leave this. It's not okay, right? So it's completely bricked now. Whatever. This is like what is it like? 10 exalts. I mean, it has a high. It still has a double rarity. Oh, it's even like 30 exalts, right? But yeah. So that's just not okay. You cannot list this for just 1 div. Just don't. So yeah, see, this is more like the price. Like 6 div, that is okay for this. But 1 div, that was way too cheap, so I had to slam that. This was just no way. 3 div is also cheap for this. Oh, what? 30 exalts. What is going on, guys? You know that these things are awesome? How do you sell this for 30x?
It's done.
Let's go, socket. So, wait, what happened to it? Oh shit, I didn't click the omen. No. Wait, why? So, wait, I bought 2 omens and I right-clicked them. So I think what happened is just 1 filled. No, where's the second omen? Huh? What just happened? Okay, I'm confused. Like I could have sworn I just bought 2 of these. I put in 18, I clicked 2. This is what I did. And then I right-clicked it, and then I corrupted it. Yeah, but I had 2. It should only use 1. That's why I'm confused. Because I should have 1 left over. That's why I didn't check. This actually changed, right? This got like a tier 1 fire res. Didn't it change? Yeah, so this changed. This changed from max life in the prefix. Okay, so it's completely bricked anyway. But super weird. So, yeah, but what did it... I don't understand. What did it get used on? Anyway, I'm confused. So let's see if we have any more here. So there's more of these actually. Wow. Wait. Wait. I'm so gonna get one of these. I'm so gonna get one of these. These are cheap. Why are these so cheap? 10 exalts? What? Why? This is like super confusing to me. These shouldn't be that cheap. Alright, let's go. Second socket. Thank you very much. There's like so many of these which are like really, really cheap. I don't really understand why. Anyway, I'm gonna use this one because, you know, I don't need the spirit here. And this one has 257. Oh shit, I forgot to... Oh, I didn't quality it. Whatever. I should be more concentrated on this. So let's just get some more. Don't worry. Can I just buy these with 2 sockets? I can actually. Wait, what? Why does nobody want these? This even has an empty prefix? Oh no, it has the rarity. I don't understand why nobody wants these things. I probably don't have exalts.
Check back soon.
Right. We're gonna just get like a nice helmet now. I'm so
Your order is ready.
so doing it now.
Yes.
This one's decent. 251 double res, 46 rarity, 111 life, and 2 sockets.
Sure thing.
Corruption is active. Let's go. And it got increased energy shield. Wow. That's not what I wanted. But it's still better than this one. Right. Let's see. Some more. This is 100, but this is ass. It says like a dad suffix. I don't want dad suffixes in my life. Let's go for the diffs. These are already corrupted. I don't want these. Okay, nothing. Nope. And this is also decent for just 3 diffs. But it's corrupted and it has 2 sockets. I mean, not much better than mine. Has a little bit more life. These are all corrupted. So this is the only one left here, slammable. This is the only one left slammable. 100x. If I get a third socket, it just has a single res. But I probably still would... I mean, it has like relatively low ES. But you know, the helmet sockets are pretty good because you can get skill effect duration and cooldown reduction. Which is pretty decent. Or you can also put push life. Right, so I would probably just push life in the helmet, which I think you can get, right, on every, like, these 40 maximum life. So having a 3-socket helmet with high max life will probably benefit my build the most. And it's fairly cheap to make. I mean, I just hit, like, a couple of corruptions.
Check back soon.
What is it?
And since we're, like, wasting all our money so we can refarm it, who cares?
What's new? All right. Your order is registered.
What is it? Choose what you need.
This is actually so sad. Right.
Sure
We need
thing.
new Omen of Corruption for this one. I want a 3-socket one. Can I actually just buy one? How about 3 sockets? How about 3 sockets in Exalted or Divines? Make equivalent. How about 3 sockets? I can buy one for 5 diffs actually. It has no rest though. Nobody has this. What's going on? How rare? I don't even think like 3 sockets is more rare than... I mean, I think the chance is still the same.
Hmm? All right. Your order is registered.
Come on. Right, let's go. Boom! And I forgot to... I'm so stupid! I forgot to quality it again. But anyway, I got what I want. We got a 3-socket helmet now. Without quality, once again. You should be able to quality corrupted items. But you know, this is decent. We just put like the life runes in now. I like this actually. Which is this body rune, right? This body rune. 1, 2, 3. So this is badass life helmet. It only has 130 ES, but you know, it has my rarity. Put it on. So now we go to 4.1k. Before we were at like 3.8. And I think I lost gem sockets. Wait, I'm confused. I should have much more life than this, right? Why do I have so much energy shield? Huh? I shouldn't have so much energy shield. This is like weird. I have the wrong amulet on. I was super confused. Did I put like the real amulet in the market? Yeah. Guess so. That was not correct. This way around we want it.
Someone is bound to buy.
Alright, now it looks more like we have 4.6k life and 3.8k, yes. That's actually deep. I don't know where all these helmets come from, but you know. Let's just put them away for now. So now I lost some resistance. It's not even that bad. I can deal with 30 lightning res. So now we are at 143 tooltip already. Getting there. So I guess getting one of these helmets with actually decent rolls without like dead suffixes, that would be probably a good thing. And obviously quality it before would also be a good thing. But yeah, that's good enough. I take that.
You've received a shipment.
Alright, let's run some shit here. So where we at? We have to go this. Oh god, what is this way? This is like 6 maps to reach that goddamn tower. Oh my god. And this one I even have to run twice? I guess yes. Oh, shit. Whatever, let's grab some random maps. I'm really just gonna speed through these maps. They're not gonna... So I want to juice that area on top. It's basically just not worth juicing like these traversal maps. I like, you know, tried that multiple times, but it's just not worth it. I have to check if my... Did I change something with my... I got too much dexterity. Why do I have so much dex? Did I... I think I added an item with dex, so I have to change that to strength still. But I didn't add an item with dex, did I? I don't think I added one. I'm gonna watch after this. So yeah, as soon as we have some juicy maps, it's gonna get interesting. But these maps are like completely irrelevant. Never gonna see any. But on the juicy maps, you see like it's like I'm dropping like so many divines. Actually out of control. Like divines, Omen of Lights, I drop them all the time. Pretty laggy right now. Classic EU server. Oh shit, I don't have my XP loss Omen. Wait, oh, my cast on crit is off, by the way. I have the wrong shit on. Better. So yeah, overall, like, the whole infusion mechanic, very, very underwhelming, if you ask me. So I completely shut it off now, because it's just not any good. Wait, where's the last rare? Oh, God. What?
Next time, I suppose. Yes.
Oh, I have it actually. Fair enough. Alright, so I have to travel 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, this is even longer. But yeah, basically I burned all my money for nothing. That's... So I had like 95 divines. Well, I didn't burn it for nothing, right? I burned one amulet for like 15. I burned a couple of helmets. I bought one Grand Spectrum and put it on in the bank. For bad times. Because I need 2 more. So I basically need another 60 divines. Oh goodness. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna make the build guide. Oh nice, XP shrine. But yeah, helmet I can definitely still improve on. I don't want to go for like the Kaom's Heart Breastplate. I think the... I mean, yes, if you have perfect gear and you can reach like 9k life pool, I think it's still stronger. But I will not reach that high of a life pool, and I don't really want to lose like my energy shield defensive layer for that. I know it gives you a good amount of damage, but I think, you know, I will try again to just remove the life leech. Because I can get the huge damage buff from the crit bonus from the Ascendancy. And last time I didn't use the life leech and I thought it was fine. So I want to try that again. Now I have a little bit more life and wreck. If I really need the life leech or not. Because ideally I don't want to have the life leech. Wait, where boss? Come on, I only have like 6-second Enlightened Shrine left. I wanted to kill the boss with the Enlightened Shrine. Guess it's not happening. Yeah, like all the way down there. God damn it. At least I have rarity. I don't have at all. I don't have any penetration. I might have some, actually. I think I have these 2 nodes. So I have 8% penetration. But this is also... I'm probably gonna unspec this as soon as I have more crit. Because I didn't have enough life to reach highest tier crit. But I think by now I will probably even have highest tier crit. Let's see. Okay, I'm still at 89%, right? That's why I'm trying to push a little bit more life. Because this thing here gives me crit for life. So if as soon as I have like 100 crit, I can optimize further. Oh, move penalty 0. No, move... I'm just running mobility. But I have 77% movement speed. But I'm running mobility. So I highly recommend. At this point, for me, it's really just speed. I have enough damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it is, actually. But, again, I'm like at the stage where I don't care anymore at all. I'm just rushing. So if you reach like a certain damage breakpoint, like all the freeze and stuff like that, it just doesn't matter anymore. But it's actually, so freeze is actually like for like early mid game if you like, you know, still like on a budget. Like I'm not on a budget anymore. I mean, I don't have like extremely high budget like other people, but you know, I just like basically wasted like almost 100 divines, which I mean, I had to farm like 3 days for them, don't get me wrong, like they didn't just, you know, grow on trees. But as soon as you have like high enough damage and high enough movement speed, you will see that when I start running the juice maps. You make so much currency just speeding through juice maps. Obviously, like, you know, profit crafting will make you much more money. But speeding through maps is... oh, nice. Just quality one. It's just extremely efficient. And on the map, basically, everything is one-shot anyway, at this point for me. And the bosses, I mean, they live for like a couple of seconds. But yeah, I can still improve. Like, I'm missing like 10% crit chance right now. Actually, I don't. Because I think the crit chance is not being displayed. Because I have one conditional node in the tree. Let's see. Okay, so it's 89.4. I thought there would be a conditional node, but... Wait, there was a conditional node. Let me just... So I think it's not real what's reflected there, because I have... Oh no, actually it's more damage if I did a crit. Okay, so it is. But yeah, like chill ground is slowing you down. But at a certain point, yeah, it's just it stops mattering. But so if I do like the next league start, I will definitely go for like a free space build again, because it's just so good if you know, are in tier 15 maps and they're starting to get a little bit rough. And freeze is just such a great defensive layer there. And also with like the spark, with the, you know, the frozen spark is really, really freaking strong. I just don't have any more room for it right now. I mean, I can still use it if I want, but I barely use it. I just go... I use it on bosses, maybe. Wait, so... No, that's not gonna work, right? All the damage from the bloodletting. So the bloodletting is conversion. So you get extra physical. This is not gonna get converted again, right? So if you use... like... What do you think it's if... No. So Embitter converts to cold, right? So this is not gonna... What happens if you do this? No, this is not gonna work. The one is as extra. Wait, what is Embitter? I don't think this is gonna work the way you think it does. Embitter is the one which converts to cold, right? Ah, okay. No. Oh, yeah. You're right, actually. Sorry for that. You're right. I confused that. So yeah, that's actually interesting. So if I would run that, I would have a shit ton of cold damage. That's actually true. Not a bad idea, but I don't have the gem. I thought Embitter would be conversion, but it's converting the conversion. So I guess that's like an exception to the rule there. You can technically play this on a sorcerer, but I would not recommend it. Yeah, because it doesn't give you extra damage, right? You just get, yeah, exactly, you just get freeze for free. Obviously, you can use this, so you could use this with like a cast on Elemental Ailment, because freeze is super potent with Elemental Ailment, technically. But yeah, if that's what I'm saying, if you reach a certain damage breakpoint, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like, why would I need to freeze these guys? They just instantly die. So this build you cannot really play on a Stormweaver, unfortunately. This is kind of, you know, the whole life cost stuff that's like a Bloodmage exclusive. So you really lost with a Stormweaver there. There's okay builds on a Stormweaver which are based on shock. But this one, particular with the life scaling, that's just not gonna work on a Stormweaver. I mean, it would probably work, but it would work like very, very bad because the Bloodmage Ascendancy just gives you so much extra power here. But can't wait to get to the juice map. These are like so freaking boring. Also, you can play this for relatively cheap. You really just need like... I mean, relatively cheap. You need like 15 divines or something like that to get this going. Because you just need the jewel and the gem. The kind of requirements. But that's, you know, like this late into the league, it's kind of cheap actually. Wait, so I have to play it again, right? Yeah, so it's really annoying because I have this tablet which is making irradiated mobs to be played twice. And for traversal, this is very annoying. But obviously, I used this to farm like the bosses over and over again. But now I have to run this map again, unfortunately, which is... But yeah, just 2 more maps, then I'm at the tower at least. I mean, I guess adding like the negative resistance. I don't know. I would have to give up like mobility and pierce. Not sure actually. This is actually like a huge abyss. Yeah, it definitely is. I wouldn't even argue against that because, you know, I'm not gonna curse anything. But you know, against the white mobs, I don't need it. And against bosses, you know, I could still use it, but I would have to remove like so many support gems from my Spark, right? So I would have to remove projectile speed and prolonged duration, for example. I wouldn't want to remove mobility. So I guess it's, you know, it's trading like damage and utility for like, you know, speed. And right now I'm like completely going into speed. But I don't think it's bad at all. But it's also expensive. Did I have to run this also twice? Shit. But yeah, there's no other way. There's no other way. I have to run it twice. But in, for example, in non-resist map, it basically doesn't do anything. But, you know, also there it would probably not matter. I mean, I guess the mobs have like 30% rest or something like that. But not even all of them. Go the right direction. Just gonna cast once a second now. I'm spamming too much. One cast a second is enough. We don't want to lose too much movement speed. Even though with the mobility you barely notice casting, but you still notice it. I want to have like the rower mount. Why can't casters have like a, you know, flying carpet or whatever? That's like so unfair. Oh, kind of. The what? Alright, alright, alright. And again. I hope I get some good mods on my juice maps. I don't even know if I have quant tablets yet. I think I have some quant tablets left. I might have to buy a few. Kinda need ritual. Yeah, running these unjuiced maps like just feels so. I don't know. You never, you know, you never get like the loot filter sound for like the divines. I'm just missing that sound. Eh? Where is it? Where's the mob? Eh? Okay, there's another one. Yeah, I will. I was trying to do it today, but I didn't get it done. So I will likely do it tomorrow because I'm pretty, you know, I'm pretty much done with. I wanted to, you know, do like some more changes to be able to say, you know, when does the build start feeling good and stuff like that. I just want to make sure I still have enough gems. Yeah, I have. But yeah, so I have too much dex, right? That was the
Can I help?
thing that I forgot. So let's refund the dex.
Change plans.
We don't need dex. Dex is for losers. Get rid of all the decks. Okay, 61. I think we need 60. Perfect. And int, how I'm int, around 58. Okay, that all looks good. See, even some more life again. Okay, so we're at the tower. So yeah, it's gonna be out tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow. Because I have everything figured out. I just, so I'm looking to this time in the build guide. I wanted to include like a budget version. Is it expensive? So there's two requirements. You kind of need the bloodletting, but it's not so expensive actually. I think it's getting less and less expensive each day. Right, so it's just 3 divines, so this is not expensive anymore. And then you need the... So this is one requirement. It's not a requirement, actually you can play without it. I started this build without it, it works. But I would highly recommend getting that, because it's like just 3 divines is really not much. And then you kind of need this Undying Hate with Tech Rod. And... my assumption is also this is gonna drop in price tremendously because everybody already has it. So let's see, so the current price with Tech Rod is okay. So it's 9 divines. So this is this is what you need to make the build feel amazing. You're looking at a like 12 divines build. And really from the gear you don't need anything. You can just spend 1 extra divine on the gear, you're good to go. It's really just these 2 parts, and everything on top of it is min-maxing. That's what's so cool about the build. You really just need these 2 components and then you're good. But yeah, you have to kind of need like the certain divines there. That's unfortunately the requirement. But as soon as you have that, you're basically rolling. Even though you technically don't have to get the Tech Rod, it just feels so much better. Yeah, I mean, I always recommend going through your stash. Like, usually you have like a bunch of materials running around, but yeah, if it's gonna be 11 divines, it's questionable. But you have a lot of these, like, you know, bones and stuff like that. But yeah, it's kind of, you kind of need it. I mean, you can go for chances if you want. So you can buy any of the Undying Hate, and then you can hit it with a Divine, and you can hope to get Tech Rod. It's a 1 in 5 chance, so you might get it for 2 Divines. But, you know, most likely you're not gonna get it. So I'm not gonna advertise gambling here. But you can gamble for that if you want. But I would highly not recommend doing so. That's what they always say. But then they hit the corruption anyway. Just like me, bought like the 15 diff Amulet and just corrupted it and just bricked it. That's just how it goes. I don't like gambling. But yeah, so it's kind of the, you know, you can try to get, maybe you can get one for 8, but that's the current price of the jewel there. But I honestly think, you know, I have like a lot of viewers who say, oh my god, like 10 divines, that's like completely unreachable. I think this league, pretty much for everybody, like getting 12 divines is not so difficult. Because you have these Abyss, which just drop good stuff. So I would just recommend, you know, just get like a good amount of rarity on your gear. You don't have to have perfect gear. it's okay if you die once in a while, it doesn't matter, but you want to have rarity on your gear. That's like the most important stat. And then if you're farming with rarity, you're just gonna drop so much stuff in these abyss. Like, you get the Omen of Lights. Like, once you drop an Omen of Light, that's like 3 divines right there. You get like these, whatever, like the reroll things. I don't know, they're like 40 exalts, 50 exalts. So you really get like a lot of currency in these if you have a good amount of rarity. So like, I would recommend like getting 100% plus item rarity on your gear. What am I doing? Alright, so we still have quant. Well, we only have like 4 quantity left. That's just so bad. Just open this here. Find the quantity tablets, if we have any quantity tablets left. No. 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 Oh, I have delirium quantity tablets. And I have boss quantity tablets, so this is all what I don't want. And then we have the fragments. Okay, here, oh nice. I have a 7% breach quant.
Speak.
And let's just... Okay, I'm kind of desperate now. Let's make some more tablets here. Right. Let's pray for the quant. Shit. Not a single one? Come on. I got some 4%. Right, so I need to have a breach. I kind of need to have a ritual. I don't need these are all bosses and irradiated, so I need a breach, I need a ritual. And I kind of need, what's the third one I need actually? I don't even need a third one, to be honest. I mean, I can use whatever, so I'm probably gonna use the second breach. Just to make sure I get like breach on everything. These are just 4% though, it's like... God damn it. Let's buy a ritual tablet with quant. This is cheap. Too slow, right?
Speak.
Too bad. Let's go for... $25 exalts for freaking 6% ritual. How about a 5%? Not much better.
It's done. I'll sort it.
SFF, SSF next? No, I can't deal with it. Okay, so we have a breach, 7%. Well, this is actually a freaking expensive tablet. I don't even know if I want to run this. Okay. Oh, breach tablets are cheap, actually. Breach tablets are cheap, 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 cheap. Okay, 7% are actually safe. I mean, I'm still gonna run it, though.
Sure thing.
We need the money. You can play Spark as a Bloodmage on any level. I don't think there's like a level requirement for that build. Right, we do the ritual with 5%. We do the breach with 6%, and we do the big breach with 7%. Let's go. Right, so these are supposed to be our juicy maps. I mean, they only have like 27 quant, but you know, that's as much as we can get. There's like one tower over here. There's like one over here. So the best ones have, yes, 27. So this map, like this stone, it's not like giga juiced. There's another tower here to juice. At least some of them, which I would probably go for. Because I can run, like, I just have to run like 3 maps to get there. But there are some good maps here. And let's go for the maps to run. So I'm just gonna do this one. Do I have rare monsters? This is pretty easy, actually. I don't play reduced life region maps. Okay, my Atlas just bricked. Yeah, so this is gonna be pretty juicy. I hope I don't die to lag, because I only have 1 portal. Yeah, so on this map you will likely see like a lot of drops. Just look at it real quick. So we have... Well, it's actually not so good. How does it have less quant? Okay, this is actually not... I thought this map would be much better. Unfortunately, it's not. But you know, it's still gonna be a good map. I'm gonna run these a little bit more carefully. Just because I only have 1 life, and sometimes, you know, if I go into like a pack, then I get a bad lag, I can die. So that's why I'm not running in like crazy here. Because these breach mobs can still one-shot you through like even more than 10k effective life, no problem. It happened to me before many times. But you really don't want to run these like a maniac. Yeah, I don't think they will remove Abyss. It's like such a freaking success. Like, this is probably like the best league, one of the best leagues they ever announced, like in PoE 1 and 2 combined. Like, the reception of this league, the way that it's designed is just so good. Like, there's really nothing I can complain other than, you know, maybe the animations when unveiling the items. I could complain a little bit there. But besides that, there's really literally nothing I can complain. Nice, this even has more than 1 breach. But yeah, usually like we start seeing like some of the higher tier currencies, but we don't have like a huge amount of quant on this map. Oh, I have to be careful, these can one-shot me. Yeah, the pit and also like the revealing of the mods, they both like take very long for no reason. As you can see, like the amount of tier 5 rares dropping on this map already. This is really just not even juiced properly. Yeah, the breach is a pretty bad position here on this map, fortunately. But yeah, so no good currency drops so far, but you know, the Abyssal Depths a lot of time drops good ones. But I'm also like out of really good maps to run right now. Only just like running kind of mediocre maps. But yeah, this whole animation just takes like forever. And then yeah, just fall in like until you stand up takes another like 5 seconds. So if you're in these, I really recommend exploring the entire map. Because a lot of times you find rare chests which, you know, can drop pretty good stuff. So obviously you can just rush for the boss, but I recommend just clearing it. A lot of times towards like the outer edges, like these outer edges, there's like these chests. See, there's a couple on top. These can all be rare if you're lucky, and then they can even drop the big omens. Happen to me quite often actually. Right, and then there you always go on to the left, to the right. feel like there's a random yellow chest. And these can drop good stuff. I've really seen like even like Omen of Lights drop from these. Yeah, this one was pretty unlucky so far. Like really no good drops. These chests sometimes, but I usually don't get anything good of these chests. Shit. It was also not a very high rarity map.
Darkness descends, and with it, your end.
What? Wow, this boss actually does damage. Let's see if I have some better maps. These maps were not really satisfying. I mean, this is decent. Rare monsters rarity. Gasping wine. So we can basically run this maps twice. And I have to like go here to, you know, unveil this citadel. Or I have to do this citadel at some point. But right now we have like a tablet active, which allows us to run this maps twice. Also depends a little bit where you hit like the 25% on the suffixes or on the prefixes. How much rarity you end up getting in the map. Yeah, ritual, so if you have the overrun by the abyss, the ritual just gets removed or it's like not there. So for whatever reason you cannot have both. Not sure if it's a bug or if it's intended. Yeah. It's always if you have like the green overruns thing, then the ritual will not be there. Very sad also. Because I want to run ritual. But you know, these maps are obviously million... Oh god. What the hell is going on there? So again, sometimes these things are a little overtuned. So you can definitely die to these. And obviously, like, there's no visual clarity, right? You have no clue what's going on. If you die, you will never notice what killed you, what hit you, whatever. So that's why if I don't, you know, if I have a 6-mod map, I'm not gonna go into like melee range of these huge abyss guys, because they can one-shot you. Even if you have like the strongest build, like this one with full life scaling or whatever, they can just hit you in the face and one-shot you. So it happens. So that's why I'm not really. I mean, if I have like a 5-mod map, right? Because I like to run 5-mod maps more, just because I die a lot to lags. Then I YOLO them in the face, but if I only have one try, I'm not doing it. I died like way too often to being like ballsy there. So I'm really just not doing this anymore. Also, like, you have like this little life ramp up with this build, so you don't want to run into these abyss mobs while ramping up your life regeneration. And also they have like these delirium mods, so really want to be a little bit careful with these guys. But yeah, no major drops so far, other than a perfect Regal Orb. But yeah, these lightnings of these guys are like, they can one-shot you. So I'm not going, because that's also like a bad area for me to fight there. Aha, that's the sound I like to hear. Divine. What I'm saying is, if you have, you know, like 150% plus rarity on your character, you play these maps, you will see these divines dropping. You will see these omens of light dropping. It happens a lot. Really not just, you know, a random uncommon thing. It really happens. No, you should be. If you play your maps properly, if you juice your maps properly, if you put your tablets with Quant and stuff like that, and you have all your Atlas juiced into the Waystone modifiers, you will drop Divines. %, Pierce from Heart of the Well, but it's not 100%. It's just one Pierce, right? So it's 100% Pierce chance. But it's not pierces all enemies. Because you ideally want to have pierces all enemies. this one to the boss first.
Darkness descends, and with it, pure end.
This boss is actually doing damage. It's also like pretty beefy actually. Not sure what's with this boss. Yeah, it's just once exactly. I don't know. I don't. So I think 2 tower setups are great. If you have like the the cleanse maps, it's like so good. I'm like right now I'm just running regular maps, which don't really feel so great. If you have like cleansed or corrupted map, it's much better. Yeah, you always. I'm not even running max quant. Honestly, I'm running like 5% plus. But there's ways to optimize, obviously. Again, and then, so this area is not even a good area, right? So I ran this area because I still have to do a Citadel boss. But it had like these Jade Islands. So I do like these, the trick with like the tablet, which makes you run the irradiated maps multiple times. So that's why I have like a lot of juice here from the irradiation. But again, this is like a 1-2 tower, 2.5 tower setup kind of here in the middle. And these maps are not very great, right? They have like 27 quant, which is okay, but that's more like a 2 tower setup, not a little bit less. And if you have really good areas, which I like, this would be a good area, but there's only 2 towers, but still it's like corrupted. And with the corrupted, as you can see, this already has like 32, and you find like these maps, if they're cleansed, which have like, these extra bonus sometimes. Sometimes you get a map which just randomly has like 100 rarity or something like that. And these are like the very juicy ones. And if you have those in a tower setup, again, I don't have any good tower setups, but I have a lot of these still to run. This here is like also like a 2 tower setup with some good maps. But I don't really have the best tower setups. This would have been a great tower setup. Unfortunately, everything inside here is empty. And this one I was still running for experience. But if you have like a good setup, then you can definitely make a lot. You also have to play the proper maps, obviously. So you don't just throw in like a random map. Yeah, I did the same. I got like also one of the flow gems there. So I did it on this one here. There's the Atlas bricked again. So I'm just, this is just once, or is it also twice? Shit, I have to run this twice as well. But so I feel like the best way to run this is really not to focus like a huge amount on the towers and really just have a good amount of quantity, play decent maps, and just farm the abyss. You just get like the expensive omens. There's like a relatively high chance to get them. I get them all the time. But it really depends on how many maps you run. But I also make like a lot of the tier 5, so I only pick up like tier 4 and tier 5 rares. And I make a lot of money out of these rares, to be honest. Like my trade history is, I mean, not out of control, but I have many sales in like the, 5 to 10 divine range. That happens quite often. Ritual I don't really make a huge money off. Just, I don't know. I think I'm just unlucky. I have one, I don't even know what omen it is. I have one expensive omen in the pipeline, which is the like 10k tribute before I can pull it. But it's also like just 2 or 3 divines, I think. I don't even know what it is. But yeah, I think most currency I found in the Abyssal Depths. Like the last 2 like mobs, they drop like the omens of light and stuff like that very, very frequently, I feel like. Yeah, I'm always clearing out these outer areas for the chests. You put the old driver? How can you I don't even know how to install an old driver. I guess you need to do like tricks. But yeah, so I was also because I haven't upgraded my driver in like at least a year, so I had a very old driver. And recently somebody told me that I should like fix something like the shader size or whatever, and that I updated the driver to do that. And yeah, since I did that, it's like getting so much worse. So maybe I just have to use like this there's like a software which uninstalls all your GPU driver. I forgot the name of it. But maybe I should do that as well. Just go back to like a very old driver. But yeah, not so much luck today, actually. Didn't really... I mean, I have 1 Divine, 1... I don't even know what Perfect Regal Orb is worth. Probably not so much. A couple of medium currencies. Wait, what is going on with this? Oh. See, there's like another 40x. Open those chesties. There's like another 30x. So I get these drops. Good amount, even on like not very highly juiced maps. But I feel like most comes from Abyss. Like dropping the casual divines is not so common. You have to see. I know how to do that actually, but it's like kind of a, you know, crazy measure to like downgrade your graphics driver, because you also have to set up like your stupid windows to not auto update it and shit like that. So I really like dislike it. But yeah, so maybe I can also see in my update history. But I was already crashing on the old driver, so maybe I have to get an even older one. This map has like no monster quantity. Pack size, whatever. Like literally nothing on here. This could be a good breach at least. Oh, perfect jewelers. Another 40x. I mean, you don't need the expensive items. Really, the items is just overkill damage at this point. You can absolutely make this with, you know, just the jewel and the gem. The bloodletting. I was expecting more of this breach. Yeah, but I don't know, dude. I feel like Expedition doesn't drop anything. I mean, honestly, it might be worth it, but I don't think so. Where's the ritual, the last one? Yeah. I hate that it doesn't reveal the positions of the rituals. Would be so nice. I'm like so often searching for the last ritual. Hey, this was a very bad map actually. Okay. So I cannot re-roll because I have an omen which costs like 2.5k and I don't want to risk losing that. Yeah, I would see what the driver is. Maybe it helps. I mean, you know, it's worth trying, right? It doesn't cost anything. I can still revert or unrevert, whatever like would be the correct term there. Yeah, the problem is, you know, I only do the driver, but I have to like run OBS and shit like that, which is also, I'm pretty sure it's like contributing to the crashes, because it just gives much more load on the video card. And if it's like, you know, kind of, you know, shader related issue, whatever, I think it's pretty much also like the whole live streaming and stuff. It might be, you know, contributing to the problem. Yeah, I want to use Grand Spectrums. I will add 3 of them if I have them. I only have 1 so far. They are like 30 diffs. But, you know, at this point to the build, it will probably just add like somewhere around 500 life. Which, you know, but it's still nice because, you know, it gives you extra survivability. And gives you extra crit chance, and it gives you extra spell damage. I guess it's gonna be great for this build. But yeah, it's also like ridiculously expensive, right? If you think about that, the 3 grand spectrums cost a 90 divines. It's a little bit ridiculous, actually, that they are so expensive. I don't even know why. They're probably just rare. I don't know what's even the point of these wisps. They never like get into like any mobs for me because they just, you know, all the rares are always dead before the wisp arrives at them. I feel like they should just drop loot if, you know, fast. If they cannot reach a rare, they should just drop it. Or at least we have like a little bit more ritual this time, maybe? No, still like the same 3k like last time. Ugh, and the Omen is not there again. I don't know what it costs. If I reroll now, I might lose the Omen, and I really don't want to risk that. I don't know the exact deferring cost of it. But I think it was somewhere around 2.5k, and so I cannot... I have to just pull like all this shit, basically. That's again the worst position for this breach. Like the corniest, like the super corner here. I would try to reinstall it tomorrow and see if it like fixes anything. But there's also, it might also be like, you know, different GPU, CPU combinations with driver. So there might be like a lot of variables in this equation. But I will try at least. The most expensive, I think the one from like Captain Lance is like 500 to 600 divines or something like that. That's the one I was seeing, that the full life scaler. But I haven't looked into a lot of other ones, actually. Like Captain Lance. What's the nickname? Captain Lance 9 or something like that? Just search for Captain Lance. Like Captain and Lance. Like the... You know, the thing knights use on a, like a... you know, on a horse. Like a lance. Like a stick. Well, was there even Abyss this map? Oh yeah, down there. This was like very disappointing, actually. But yeah, I'm walking towards the tower again here. Yeah, I don't want to run. I have that one in my stash. I actually sniped it for, so I sniped this one here. Actually live on stream. Where is it? Finish. No, where do I have it? Wait, where is it? Did I put it on sale?
Help?
Where is that stupid hat? I had it. Was it called Whale of the Night or something like that? Where is it? Did I sell it? Huh. I bought that helmet with like a three socket. But where is it? Can't find it. What? Did I sell this? What's it called? Something with Veil. I'm confused. Veil. Veil of the Night, right? That's it. Huh? So I had this with a three like, where is it? It's not in my trade history? Veil? Not here. Huh? I'm confused. Okay. I had it with 3 sockets. I sniped it. But where is it? These are all empty tabs. I have not used them. Ah, here. Ah, there he is. So I have this one here. I don't know what it's worth with 3 sockets. It's probably freaking expensive. I got this for like 8 divines, and the next one was like 25 divines. Yeah, so it's not even one listed. Okay, 10 now. 14. But yeah, so I tried it. I was like, meh. I mean, this bumps me to 4.7. This bumps me to 6.4 life. So, but it also, so the main reason why I'm not running it because it doesn't have rarity.
Yes?
I wonder what's the rarity soul core? Where does that go on? I think on chest, right?
It's your lucky day.
Is this bugged again? No.
Oh, it's
I want to search, please. You cannot search for rarity? Yeah. Rabbit talisman. Body armor, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm not running that. Oh shit. I have to run this twice also. Oh. I don't want to run these twice. These are unjuiced maps. Let's just get regular maps. My boots. So I bought, so these boots have also like, most of my items have like a story. These boots have a story. I saw these on the market with 1 socket for, I think they were 6 divines. And I was like, wait a second. These are actually pretty good because because usually these boots have 30% increased movement speed and 2 sockets if they crafted. But if they drop, they have 35% movement speed. So I was like, you know what? I think it was 6 divines, and I was like, this has rarity, this has int. Yeah, it has no resistance, but it has decent energy shield, actually. It has 2 tier 1s. It has tier 1 and tier 4, so that's okay, actually. And it was, I think it was 6 divines, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna buy this and corrupt it, because if it's 35, it's actually just 5% less than a perfect 3-socket one. And it's gonna cost you 13 less divines to fill it with the goddamn rune. So having a 2-socketed boot with, you know, with even 200 plus ES, and so this is probably extremely expensive. Because it has the 35%. So even without rarity, this is 20 diffs. If I put rarity, it's probably not even going to show up. It's 35 to 50 diffs, right? And I bought this with like one socket, and I didn't even select intelligence. But you know, intelligence, I think, is a bad mod for this. But yeah, so I was like, can I type the name? I don't know. It's like Captain Lance. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna freaking corrupt this for like, you know, the second socket. And I got the second socket, and you know, you cannot really wish for more. Obviously, you can wish for more, right? But you know, these boots are pretty much as good as it gets. And you know, like a 35% movement speed with 3 sockets, I think is, I don't even know if it's technically possible. I don't think it is. Because I don't think you can craft 35% movement speed on... I don't know, can you craft 35% movement speed, or is it drop only? Not even sure if you can... you might be able to craft it, but it's gonna be like so rare. So it's basically next to impossible. That's why most of these boots just have like a 30%, because they crafted on with the essence of horror, I think it is. And so my boots are basically just 5% slower than the best thing you can possibly get on the market. And they have 240 ES. And they actually have a magic find, so, or like item rarity. So I think, you know, there's really not much more you can wish for. What is this blood thing here? I never understand these, like, spirit things. They just randomly explode on me. They never, like, find their rare. Oh, casual divine on an unjuiced map. So, you know, I don't think that it's just me. I don't think this is like insane luck or whatever. It just happens a lot if you have higher rarity. I can't understand anybody saying, you know, I never drop divines, but it happens all the time for me. It's like, it sometimes even happens like twice or 3 times a map. But then also, you know, sometimes it just doesn't happen for like 10 maps straight. But I feel like I just get a good amount. So I cannot really say that I have never seen like divines dropping. It happens really a lot for me. No, he has like a video where he plays the build with like basically every spell. So you can play it with literally every spell, it doesn't matter. It's basically just the baseline of the build, which having like the full life scaling with the 9k life. And then you just use the support gems and you just basically put any spell in. So it really doesn't matter. He has like a video where he shows like the same build with like all spells. Pretty sure there's like Spark in there as well. So you really just swap it to the Spark. Just, you know, throw a little projectile speed in and you're good to go. It's really completely interchangeable with this build because you just have like a baseline which technically works with every spell. And I put away the stupid map. Oh yeah, and I have to run it again. This is a recovery map. But I soon I can go into the juiced maps again. He's basically playing something, well, not similar to me, on a much higher level, because he has like the Kaom's Heart, the no resistance helmet. But I would really not do that with if you cannot really reach like 9k HP. Because every cast costs like 5k life. And, you know, if you get hit in the very, very wrong moment, and, you know, I'm pretty sure he's not telling you, I mean, maybe he is telling you that, I don't know. But it happened to me, if you get hit in the very, very wrong moment, you can die. Because there's always going to be like this split second where your life is spent and is not leached back at that second. And then if you get hit by like something heavy in exactly that split second, you will die. And that happened to me a couple of times, even with energy shield. So I got like, you know, just insta-gips through like 5k life and 6k energy. No, like it was like more like 4k life and 6k energy shield when I still had like more energy shield on the build. And there's like some mobs, it was like a physical breach mob, which for example one-shotted me. Just like hit me straight to the face physical and I was just dead. Yeah, it's like, it's surviving. Surviving just fine. But there's not much progress. Like, I can min-max items, right? I can min-max life rolls on my rings and my gloves still. There's like a couple, like 200 life I can still get. I can get min-max the 3 grand spectrums, and then I can just min-max jewel slots, basically. But from this point, I don't really have a lot of progress. Not even sure what I'm gonna do. I want to make like some, you know, maybe like some farming tests. I want to try testing Delirium again with juice Delirium maps if I can get like 4 splinters per mob. But it just feels like annoying to pick up all these splinters while they're like less than a divine. But that's something I want to still test again. But I don't think I'm gonna make another build. I think this is gonna be the... I'm gonna make the guide on this build. Then I want to try to make a budget version of it as well. And then I might, you know, switch into the full live version. Just to check it out. But yeah, I'm you know, I'm thinking about playing D4 season... is it 10? Yeah. I'm thinking about it, but I'm not really... I don't know yet. I don't know if I wanted to. I still haven't decided. Should I have to even play this tower twice? Wait, do I have to play this tower twice now on a 6 mod?
Go on.
Not sure what's gonna happen, actually. I don't have enough money to do the most expensive craft, unfortunately. But you know, I feel like there's so many crafting videos already of like many much more experienced players. And crafting is fairly easy this season. Like you cannot do much wrong actually. Like you can completely determine what is RNG and what's not RNG. And, you know, I think there's like, you know, Ghazi made like a video, there's like, you know, you can probably watch the Belton videos, but, you know, that's probably just gonna be out of your budget. But pretty much like this season, you can do all the craft in like a budget version if you don't use exceptional bases. And then you can spend a lot of money to to just do it with exceptional bases. But overall the process is always the same. You just look at on PoE 2DB, look what tags the mobs have, then you use like the homonizing whatever omen, and you just slam like Greater or Perfect Exalt and get the mods you want. You can block a mod with like the Abyss, so it's relatively easy. There's a lot of good videos on this. And I don't think it's gonna fully stay like this after the leak. I'm pretty sure they're gonna nerf it a little bit. I just wanted to probably try it. Like there's, so I haven't played in like 4 seasons now. I don't really see anything new in the game, to be honest. But they have like this new Chaos Unique systems thingy. So I might just roll it for like a week. Maybe not even a week, but maybe probably 2 days. So my experience last time with D4, like actually it was season 9. Yeah. So I played season 9 for exactly 6 hours. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just push to Torment 4 in like D4. And then I'm just gonna see, you know, what I want to do. And then I was on Torment 4. I was like sitting there with like no boss mats. Like, I mean, it was like maybe like, you know, 20 boss mats or something like that. I don't even know. And I was like, okay, what am I gonna do now? So I don't want to farm the bosses. I just don't. And I only have so many boss mats, so I would have to go like into freaking Helltide now and farm boss mats. I would have to go on this freaking annoying Diablo.trade website and go on. And I was like, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna stop here. 7 hours is enough. I am like in Torment 4. I have like the highest shit. And I stop it right here. So maybe it's gonna end up exactly the same next time. But I wasn't even doing it on stream. I was doing it offline. Because I was like, I don't know. I wasn't feeling that well when I did it. I think I did it like on a Saturday morning or something like that. Also, what pisses me off about like D4 launches is that it's always like on a freaking Tuesday. And it's just like burning you out if you have like work and you have to like freaking, like, what's have to say, like you playing like D4 on a like Tuesday night, and then you have to play it like within the week, because, you know, after 2 days basically you don't have to make any content anymore, because, you know, there is just none. And if you don't like publish your videos like in the first 2 days, nobody's even gonna watch it, because the viewership of D4 like falls off after like 2 or 3 days. Like it's like absolutely insane how bad it is. Wait, so do I have to run the tower twice as well? Yes. But yeah, I might at least, you know, try it. But yeah, the game is just bad. Like, it's hard to have fun in D4 for more than a day. You know, it already gets rough to have fun for like 2 days. I feel like as soon as you start interacting with the, you know, the master working and tempering and all this stupid RNG crafting bullshit where you're like pressing buttons and then have to farm bosses to get like the materials to press more buttons. As soon as you get there, you just basically are forced to stop, unless you are like, you know, a full-time streamer who like has to basically play it to make money. And I feel sorry for these guys, honestly. Like, if anybody ever like sees that, I feel sorry for every full-time streamer who has to stream D4 because he needs the money. I'm so freaking sorry. Really, like I wouldn't want to live your life. I'm sorry. It's just horrible. Like, I couldn't play something I don't like for the money. I would just not do it. I would just freaking get a new job, to be honest, or just pause it if I could afford it. But it's just miserable seeing that for me. And the funny thing is, you see that with like the streamers, and then you have like the larger ones, like Rex, for example, who's just straight said, you know what? I'm not gonna do this shit. I'm not gonna do it for the money. The game is shit. I'm not gonna do it. And, you know, if you're large enough to do that, you know, good for you. But really feel sorry for the other ones there. Because I don't think, whatever they're saying, I don't think legitimately you cannot freaking have fun playing Diablo for like multiple weeks all day. It's just not possible. If it's a job for the money, okay, but I don't think you generally can enjoy that. I think if you're saying that you enjoy that, you're just full of shit. I don't think they want. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I just can't. I just can't do it. It's just, as soon as I have to hit these buttons 15 times in a row, 15 times, sorry, not 15 times, 500 times in a row, and I'm just bugging out. Like, it's just not possible. It's like not humanly doable for me. Okay, so now we have the quant tablets again. And I think I used them all.
Sold it.
So they should be in the fragments if I just push them. So we have 5% ritual, we have 6% breach. We don't want irradiation. What else could we run? Ritual breach? I don't know. I have no quant tablets anymore. Let's go for the luck shot once more. A lot of white ones here. Right. Let's go. Shit. I have 4% breach tablet. And I have another 4% breach tablet. And I have an... Should I actually use the overseer tablet? No. I mean, why would I add even more breaches? I already have enough breaches, so let's just... I'm just gonna add the stupid overseer tablet. Because I have 6% quant here. 7% quant, actually. But I'm not gonna waste it. I'm just gonna use the 6 one. Just slam it in there. Right, so now we should have some decently juicy maps here. This one has a 44% quant. That is definitely decent. And I want to get here, so this only has like... But I have to kind of open the citadel here. But this is definitely a juicy map. What is this map? I don't even know what that is. I always forget. But yeah, let's make a YOLO map. Let's go for some tier 16s here. Rare monsters, rarity. I want to have one with big rarity. None of them is big on rarity. Probably this one, yeah, still. Oh, it's a 5 mod, nice. I can die on this one. This one is decent, let's run this. Exactly. And the best thing is, you know, you hit the button so many times, and then when you actually hit the stupid mod, you just hit it again because you're just like bugged out in your brain anyway. That happened to me so many freaking times. Exactly. Oh my god, it's so horrible. I don't know who designed these systems, but these people. It's gotta be bad by design. I cannot imagine that there's like any legitimate reason to design an interface which is just so bad. It's gotta be by design. Like I cannot imagine this is not by design. Shit, I should have done the expedition first. That was like super stupid. Damn it. I was thinking too much about D4. I don't even see the mech markers on this map here. There's some big ones here with chaos damage immunity. Probably gonna take these down here. Stupid artifacts. Worth absolutely nothing. Right, let's breach it. This is at least a good breach, but like the density is super low. Whoa. Just dropped like a little bit there. Well, this map is like so disappointing. Huh. Not even sure what that is, but it had like the expensive drop thing. Oh, annulment. I had like a 10 breach map yesterday. I actually recorded it, but it was not. I think it was this map as well, so it was not a good layout. But it takes so much time, and I'm always disappointed because breach overall just doesn't seem to be dropped so good. It drops a lot, but you know, you get like many exalts and chaos orbs and stuff like that. But not really like, you know, big drops, I feel like. Diablo 2 Remastered? I don't, again? We already have Diablo 2 Remastered, right? So I'm like super hyped for like the Moonbeast game. That looks like so D2-ish, but in modern. Wait, I want to know what this rune is worth. Is it the chase? I want to know. Of the sky. That's not going to be worth a lot. Not what? Why is it like... It's not even freaking... 1/3 of a divine. I was thinking this could be worth more. What? Okay, something is bugged. I cannot cast. I cannot reach. What? What is happening? Kind of lost my region. I mean, I'm not using any cast speed gems. You can certainly get more cast speed, but I have cast speed on pretty much everything already. But I didn't pick any in the tree, so you have like relatively easy access. But you're not gonna get so much more than this. Ah, there it is, the Sinistral Crystallization. No, that's not the expensive one. Cannot reroll once again. I need to find like better rituals. These are freaking lame. I mean, this has very fast cast speed because of a lot of Arcane Surge effect. So this is already pretty fast. I mean, you can get a little bit faster, I guess. If you put like a support gem and you can maybe get a little bit more from the skill tree. But besides that, I have cast speed on everything, I think. I think I have cast speed on both rings. I have it on my amulet. I have it on my wand. So this is pretty much almost maxed out on the cast speed end. I just don't like pick up any bases and stuff like that. I basically have like a very strict loot filter. I just really care most about the currency and tier 5 items. Sometimes tier 4, but mostly tier 5. I would say the minimum investment for this is roughly like, let me think. The minimum investment I would say is like 15 diffs. So you need 15 diffs so this build feels great. Oh god, it's crashing on the boss. No! I can't. If I click the game, it's gonna get into like it's not responding. Right, so but you know, this is I can die once on this map actually. If you get the logout, it's good because it's paused after logout. If you don't get the logout, it's kind of critical. But with the logout, it's not such a big drama. So now the problem is you know, you have to like leech again because it's gonna reset your region to 0. But yeah, I'm filtering a lot of stuff with my filter. Yeah, so even though this map wasn't so good, I still will run it again. So we can run this one here, because this has also 44% quant, and it's actually a good map. Hello, my friend. This is like a double simulacrum splinter drop, this map. It's actually funny. I just have like filterblade.xyz, like never sinks filter, and I'm like just uber strict. I really didn't make any changes other than I removed the I removed something, I don't know, like some crafting bases I removed, I think. I don't even know if I can link it. I think I can make it public. Never tried it though. Nice. So this is gonna be a good ritual because I have the simulacrum boss in it. So finally I will be able to like hopefully pull something. I can check if I can share my loot filter. I don't even know how to do it. Yeah, I only pick up like tier 4, tier 5s. I mean, you need like a little bit of experience in like identifying rares and pricing them. Because otherwise it's just gonna take forever. If you're just, you know, just looking through like every item for like, and price check it. So you really need to know what mods to look for. So it needs a little bit of experience, but usually I make a lot of rares. But really, I would not recommend to pick up any low bases below tier 4. Only like for rings and amulets, just because, you know, the size. You can obviously pick them up, but in general, I would not recommend picking up anything below tier 5s. Even if it's like a scepter or a good base, I just don't do it. In the end, it's just not worth the time. Also, technically, should, you know, change the filter to just not get like any armor evasion, armor evasion. Nobody plays that, right? You don't want to have armor, energy shield, no armor evasion. You shouldn't even have these bases, but they're in the loot filter, and I'm really too lazy to get them out. But these bases basically. Wait, what happens if I do the ritual and then the thingy? That works, right? Nice. Still just 4k. I'm not lucky here. Oh, that's my Sinistral Annul. At least I can defer it now. So yeah, that's like pretty expensive Omen. I mean, it's not even that expensive, honestly, but... Alright, lightning I don't care, fire I don't care. Okay. Let's drop it. I cannot even see like these things. It's like so hidden between like all the abyssal stuff. So I just drop it like randomly here. Oh wow. What shit. So I don't know what hit me, but there was like 2 very good drops and I cannot pick them up. That's like so... Oh no. I don't even know what hit me there. Like, I just got randomly demolished. Shit. I might have just lost so much cash in that death. That was like 2 big drops. Wow.
Can I help?
I didn't even see that. But yeah, that can happen to like everyone. Like no build protects you from that. If it was probably just like a mine or something like that. Wow. Shit, I'm so angry right now.
It seems I have overestimated you.
I don't think there's such a huge difference other than, you know, he's obviously running like 20 times the DPS. I think from the survivability is also stronger than mine. But yeah, I'm really, really angry about that dash. But, you know, I didn't even see what it was, so... You know, maybe I could have backtracked further, but... You know, these expedition mobs sometimes do like crazy stuff. On a wand? Probably spell damage, double conversion, cast speed, and double crit. I guess that would be the mirror, right? Double conversion or spell damage and you know, well, for this build there's like a mod spell damage for skills which cost life. So maybe that one in the single conversion. Or double conversion. Like not conversion, like gained, right? So gained 30% lightning, 30% cold, for example. Either that or just gain 30% as cold and another additive stat. I don't know, I would have to, you know, check that in PoE, which would actually be better. But those mods... Because the other mods are really not useful. Oh wait, no, I missed the suffix there with the +5 actually. So you obviously have the +5 and then you have just crit and +5 crit cast speed. So +5 crit damage, cast speed probably. And yeah, double socket, obviously, right? We're talking about mirror here. Oh, I'm so angry. I don't even know what that expedition dropped, but it was probably huge. See, and now I have the unjuiced map and I get the big freaking chests. Yeah, you can. My nickname is Gold Farming Bloodmage, I guess. Dennis too? What does that even do? Wasn't that like something weird, which is like chugging your flask? No, that was something different. I'm angry. But you know, that's like, there's really nothing I could do there. I mean, I could have ramped up a little longer. Oh yeah, but I have no mana. So, is my mana above 90%? No. Or am I like, seeing this wrong? So you would have to drop blood magic, right? And then you would have mana above 90%. Yeah, that's actually a possibility because I really don't cast anything else anyway. So I'm not really benefiting from the blood magic rune at this point anymore. I had it before because I wanted to cast the other spells, but right now I'm not really casting other spells other than, you know, against the boss. So I would pretty much always be above 90. Gonna look at it after the map. Also, you know what's even annoying me? Like, all of the expedition mobs, they were all dead. Like, it was probably like... They sometimes do, like, corpse explosions and shit like that. It might have been just divs. But, you know, it might also have been something very expensive. It might have been... I don't know. Has a mirror a different sound? But... Alright, look at this. 29 gain? Wow. Wow. Dude, this thing is freaking godlike. This is a mirror wand. Like, this is mirror, straight up. Like, it doesn't get any better. Yeah, this is mirror. Like, it doesn't get any better. I mean, you can buy the lock, right? The Inner Corners lock is like 90 divines. You can also talk to like any streamer and ask him to get this for you because this is like a mirror wand. But you would want to use the lock and then corrupt it, right? Because you cannot get any better on this, but get a third socket. Yeah, you're right. Elemental damage would technically be a little bit better than lightning, but this is still like a mirror wand. Like, it's perfect. Obviously, you can like get a third socket on this, right? Then it would be, you know, absolutely insane. Probably one of the best items ever. Oh, you can't mirror corrupted items, really? I didn't know that. I never mirrored an item. Oh yeah, then it's probably a mirror like it is. That's boring. Why can't you mirror a corrupted item? It's taking all the fun. I miss your question. What's your question? How isn't it mirror worthy? Like, I mean, that's decent. No, this is... there's probably not a wand this good on the market. So, basically you have 6 perfect tier 1s. Like, if that's not a mirror wand, then what is a mirror wand? Like, it doesn't get any better. I mean, you could argue about, you know, if 2 times gain is better than 2 times spell, right? But, you know, that's an argument, and that's like nuances. Like, it doesn't get any better. It's I mean, it even has 2 sockets. You know, arguably this might even be... I think this would even be a mirror with just 1 socket. Because, you know what? It's freaking... It's 6 tier 1s with the perfect stats, so it doesn't get any better. How much did it cost you to craft this? Oh, Omen of Light, nice. Take that. They let me go there. Divine Orb, nice. See, this is like the game apologizing for that expedition. But I'm thinking about dropping the blood magic, because it really doesn't do anything for me, I guess. Does it add more life cost? No, it doesn't, right? Okay, but that's not so much, actually. I guess you have, like, you know, I guess crafting these is not so expensive anymore, since you can always, like, double, you know, since you can always double Perfect Exalt them with the caster tags. I mean, I don't know how exactly you did it, but I think you can always double perfect Exalt Slam them for like 2 caster mods. So you have like relatively high odds of getting the tier 1 mods. Free mirror service. I mean, it's obviously like it's an insane wand. I don't know how it could get any better. I mean, really, the only thing which you could argue is like, you know, lightning damage is not as good as elemental damage. But for most lightning builds, it actually doesn't matter because most lightning builds play the bloodletting anyway, so the lightning damage wouldn't do anything. So if you would play with bloodletting, you know, the stat would be dead. But that would be case for most. There would only be this one stat, which is, you know, a damage for skills that cost life. And, you know, that would be bad for most other builds then, actually. Wait, I want to find the Force Ritual before I do this boss. Yeah, I mean, yes, elemental damage would technically be better. But, you know, a mirror item doesn't have to be the absolute perfect item. Because this would be a mirror item for anybody playing a lightning build, for example, right? So it might not be a mirror item for somebody playing, you know, a cold build. But that's just, you know, that's just what it is because it has +5 lightning spells anyway. So, yes, it has like slight disadvantages, like with conversions. Where's this map? Am I too stupid? Where's the goddamn last ritual? Wow, the freaking last spot on the map. Yeah, just don't play them. Oh, this actually good? Probably not. Oh, maybe a little bit if I... So these items I basically buy and I just slam another suffix on it. And I hope I can get them good. Wow, and what? Now I get them both? Are you kidding me? Oh, 2.6. God damn it. Yeah, whatever. It's gonna appear again for more. I hate ritual. Wait, so what am I looking at? Oh my god, yeah, you're right. But, so the +6, this is sanctified, right? So you cannot mirror this? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's pretty insane, but... That was dumb. These are a little fast here. I don't want to get hit by them. They look dangerous.
I think not.
But yeah, it's obviously insane. Wait, is it even worse running these lightless voids? I don't know if... Do these, like, Abyss bosses have anything good in the drop table? Can they drop the jewel? The... whatever this is called? Like, the... of the well? Something of the well? I've never had any, like, useful drop of these things in here. Yeah. But that's the one you used, like, the invitation for, right? I mean, I never did that. Like, this boss drops just a key. Frostbomb is really just for exposure. But, you know, I don't really use it at all. I don't use... Yeah, it's just for bosses, the other spells. I basically don't use them. Also, like, the Orb of Storms and shit, I just don't use them at all. What's the, like, white item level 81 dueling wand? That's probably like a divine. I mean, I've never gotten anything of this boss. Oh, I just got something from this boss. What is this? It's probably not worth anything. Is it worth anything? Okay. It's like 80 diffs, 70 diffs or something like that as a uh exalts. So it's like worth 69 exalts. I mean, you know, better than nothing, right? Not gonna complain. But that's actually the first time I got like anything useful of these bosses. Really, oh, god damn it. Yeah, so I'm not gonna complain. What was it? 79x?
What's new?
I'm gonna drop it here because otherwise I forget it.
I'm sure someone will want
So what's a
that.
white item level 81 dueling wand? 10x? That's cheap, man.
What's new? Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
And what's crazy about that? That's pretty crappy. I mean, it's okay, but it's not very good, actually. Like 1 diff or 2 diffs. Like, mine are like pretty much better, and I bought these for like 2 or 3 diffs each. What? Why? Why would this be... Yeah, but you have to do that. But even if it has tier 1 life, I wouldn't like think... this is like never worth 30 diff. There's no way this is like 30 diff. I'm running out of maps. Or I can run this again. And also run this blooming field. I hate blooming field. So I have like some really good maps in here. Hello. Portal open.
Have an order?
Hello. Did you just eat my map? Oh, it didn't open. Huh? What? Why doesn't it open the map? But it doesn't like this one? Unable to open portals to area. Why? Yeah. No. Ah. Okay, 3 times the charm, I guess. Okay, okay. Oh, hello. Wait, I just pulled the big abyssal mob into the ritual? What's gonna happen now? We're gonna respawn and drop the omen again? Oh, laggy. Okay, no big abyssal mob respawned. Sad. Wait, I have already... So I have to defer this, and I don't have the money yet, but I will have it after the next ritual. So I should not die before hitting the next ritual, because then it's gone. So let's try not to die.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit.
Yeah, I need mobility. And I need also projectile speed. So I tried without projectile speed, I just don't like it. And I tried with mobility, I just don't like it. So, I mean, for a boss, I could swap these gems if I would be bossing. But on a map, I will not... I don't really need the damage gems. It's really just for bossing. But yeah, I think the blood magic swap is a decent idea. I was also gonna test Archmage, but I don't know if that works. But I guess for bossing, you know, it makes sense. But I don't really play bosses a whole lot. I haven't tried without the projectile speed, but I feel like I want it. This map is like really shitty. I'm not gonna show what happens if I use Archmage. Because it should add to the cost of the skill still. Yeah, mobility makes a big difference, I feel like. But it also depends on your cast speed. If you have like insane cast speed, not so much. But if you're like running and spamming like me, it makes a big difference. Projectile speed also, it adds to your survivability. Because if you hit stuff faster, you know, stuff is not gonna hit you. And the only thing I can die to is really just random one-shots. So the faster I kill mobs, the more I protect myself from that. Because that's the only thing this build will not protect you from is one-shots. Because you don't have such a huge effective life pool. Right, I think this is gonna be the last map for today. I don't know. I have to check because, you know, if it increases the resource cost on the spark, it will directly buff the damage, right? But I'm not sure if it actually does increase the life cost as well. I would have to read the tooltip. Let's defer this before anything happens. Yeah, because more cost directly buffs the damage with bloodletting, right? It's not about the damage buff of the Archmage, because that's pretty irrelevant. It's more about the damage buff from the bloodletting. Oh shit, there's the boss already. I'm like scared of these guys. They look dangerous. Oh. The Rune of the Spring. Not sure if that's gonna be worth something. I want the big ones. I don't want the cheap ones. I want the movement speed ones. I mean, they're okay. I'm not gonna complain.
I'll
But
fill that in as soon as I can.
I didn't drop any of the big runes either. Wow, that guy slam dunked me. So, wait, now I have two ritual bosses, two delirium bosses in the ritual. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, just one. Yeah, I don't think super high-end juicing is worth it unless you're like, you know, really having like insane areas you're running. But I don't really do very high juice investment. This is like a double tier 1 armor energy shield. Unfortunately, nobody will ever play this. Like, even if I price check this, this is like worthless. Okay, I cannot reroll. I have to pull. I can pull this one here though. Right. Yeah, for also you have to spend like all the travel maps, right? You have to do like all the, what is it called, like the grand project or something like that, which are like 80 exalts each to just get to like a good area. Because you cannot just, you know, travel with maps, I guess. I mean, I guess if you're like that high tier, you have to like use grand projects only. I farmed one and I got like yeah, I mean, you know, it's if I have to defer anything anyway, it doesn't really matter so much because I could not reroll, because if I would reroll and I would hit my my Omen again, I couldn't buy it out. So that's why I kind of, you know, just defer stuff for later. The big stacks are kind of worth it, I guess. But so, wait, what does Archmage say? Just check it real quick before I, like, end this stream here. If I get, like, an Archmage... Right, so Archmage, so it costs extra of maximum mana. So does that translate into life? Because then we could just, you know, if I put this in here, let's remove this. So now we have 147 DPS. Yeah, so it doesn't, at least it's not shown in the tooltip. So what's the life cost? Because somebody like made a comment on one of my YouTube video, he was saying that it works, but I don't think it works. But maybe I need to have mana for that.
Oh, it's you.
Just remove blood magic here real quick. Right, so now we are at 147. Right, so it's gonna do like a medium, like a little buff, but it's not really much noticeable. So the cost goes from to 1900 from... So the cost really just goes up by like 100 life. So this just seems to be doing almost nothing. So, okay. So basically, I think what it does is it takes 6.3% of your maximum mana and then adds that as life cost, but it doesn't take 3. So it's fairly minimal. And if you do the Zenith whatever thing, have it. So it gives you 30% more damage, right? So how do you like end up with like... It's just a 30% more, or am I like confused? Is it bugged or like what? So let's just put it into like the ability here. What? But this is just a 30%. Actually, yeah, that is 30%, right? No, it's a little bit more than 30, I think. Yeah, it's the cost multiplier. Exactly. Because these don't have cost multipliers. But that would, like, considered casting would do more, right? I mean, yes, it would make it slower. Or considered casting has 115, so it's pretty much the same, right? What? Why is it so much more? This has got to be a bug, right? But, so... okay, I was looking at DPS, right? I have to look at hit damage. Sorry. Average damage per use, 76. Yeah, so it's almost the same, actually. Interesting. I mean, that's actually a pretty significant buff. But also, I have to be a little bit careful with the cost because I don't have like a huge life pool. Yeah, exactly. If you would scale more multipliers, I would even be like... So I have to... I would have to get like more life pool. Because this is already getting rough on maps with this life pool. But it's actually a pretty insane damage buff. Basically, it's just free 30% multi, right? If we don't... I mean, if I ever use mana. I mean, if my... I'm not, like, having so much defenses. And I'm always, like, you know, don't want to get one-shot. So I kind of don't really like over-stacking damage. If it's not necessary. But yeah, it goes from like 1700 to 21. I guess that's still fine. But if I would add like another wait, that's the wrong. If I would add like another cost multiplier, then well that so if I do the hard, I just even lose more survivability. So really, I don't need any more damage at this point. That's why I'm, you know, the only thing I'm getting is damage from this. But the more and more you put on, the more survivability you lose. Because energy shield is just stronger as like a defensive layer there. I mean, it's not stronger, but it's more. And if you go into full life scaling without the helmet, I think you like effectively reach like 6.5k life or something like that. But you need the grand spectrums. I think if you switch to like the Kaom's Heart, you need the grand spectrums. Without it doesn't make much sense because you're missing an 18% life scaler there. And I also would need the... so you need like a couple of things for it to... well, yes, you can. You can get one shot. That's exactly the same, the problem. I also cannot get killed. My life regen is good enough, but I can get one shot. And that's the only thing which killed me. That's what killed me in this expedition. I just got randomly one shot because my effective HP pool is not high enough. And that's kind of the only thing which can actually kill you. But yeah, there was like 3% life notes somewhere I was looking. Where's these? Where's these? This one here is one. Oh, I cannot see them because I have this thing in. So here's one, 3%. Was another one somewhere which I could get with like a... Where's the other 3% maximum life? There's one down here. Wait, what am I looking for? I was looking for... what is it? Increased maximum life. That's what I was searching for. Ah, here it is. Well, there's two nodes here. That's why I was looking at this area. Because if you can get like a resolute technique from nothing, which is probably expensive. Oh, it's actually cheap as fuck. Nice. Because I could get like these nodes from nothing with this keystone. And there's also a duration in here. This one here is nice, actually. I haven't looked what other nodes are like around here. But this is actually a pretty decent... Eldritch gives you like... well, this node not. Eldritch is here, right? Eldritch is also like cheap. But Eldritch doesn't have maximum life. This one here has maximum life. Oh, Eldritch will, yeah, so... But I cannot reach it in my tree. I mean, this obviously would go. So the tree here would change a little bit, obviously, because I'm right now running like Energy Shield, Hybrid, and Movement Speed. But yeah, these two are pretty easy to get. And I think there was one somewhere down here. No, that's actually the two ones you can get. So these ones you can get with this keystone. And... I guess this is the only other one, right? There's not any other max life node on the tree. Oh, this one here. This one is like so far out. Like you're never gonna get this one here. Even though it's pretty good. I mean, you could anoint it, but I'm anointing right now the Gem Enthusiast. But yeah, I mean, you can comfortably get this 6% here without any drawbacks. Could grab this 20% skill effect duration with it. But other than that, nothing interesting in the range. But these two should be in the range, yeah. But yeah, I mean, you can do it, but you kind of need. I would say you need the grand spectrums. But you know, I haven't tried it, but I did it in PoB and I was like somewhere around 6.5k. This is like the one I had with a. I mean, this is not exactly, but this is was like 3 grand spectrum and the ES chest you get like with my current setup. I don't have the helmet with the 3 life runes though. I could add that. What is it, Dreadstar? Let's just give it like 3 sockets and just put like life runes in. Where is it? And I think mine had like 150 life or something like that. But you know, save it for now. So then we would be like 5.2, and then if we add the do I have it here? Yeah. Body armor. No. Why don't I have like the Calm's heart in here? So if we get this with 3 sockets and all socket them with max life. And then you kind of jump to like 6. So it was like roughly about 6, but this one doesn't have my amulet in yet. Oh, actually it has. So I already like calculated for this amulet. So PoB is giving me like 6, but it was not really accurate. There was like something missing. So I was like, you know, kind of getting towards like 6.5k without the helmet. And with the helmet, I would probably get to like 8.5 or something like that. So if we do like the veil, we add the veil. Where's the veil? So if we add this with 3 sockets, we just also go for max life. Even though I don't like this because, yeah, so 8k. No, it gives, I mean, regular Jewel is fine, but it just gives a good amount of survivability and damage. So if you have this setup, you're running like at, you know, 8k maximum life, and I don't even have like these in the tree, right? If I add like a from nothing now. With like the, you know, everything mode. We just add like this from nothing here. And then we pick like these 2 nodes in the tree down here. I mean, obviously, this doesn't work properly because, so we get this one 3 and this one 3. So we end up like with 8.2. Yeah, exactly. I already bought one. I know they're freaking expensive. I already bought one. But yeah, you need 3 of them and it's freaking expensive. But it gives like a good amount of life. If you look at this, right now we have 8.2. And if you take these out, you go down to like 7.5. So it's 500 life. That's actually 50% spell, a good amount of crit chance, good amount of survivability. So that's actually, I mean, it's quite nice for the jewels. But yeah, it's expensive, and you also have to take into account. You can pick up resistances on these, which doesn't make any sense if you wear the helmet, obviously. But yeah, I have to test this. Because this is like 8.2k hit pool and 1k energy shield, so this is like still a 9k effective hit pool. So this is technically more than my effective hit pool. Yeah, they drop, but I don't want to get them blank, right? So I don't want to get them without implicits. Because, you know, you just... I mean, I guess for this build, if you wouldn't run resistances, it would be wouldn't be such a big problem. But I usually buy them with, like, you know, something like resistances, just for like reselling value, and they start like at, you know, with like corrupted implicits, they start usually like around the 30 range. Right here you can get like stats, chaos res, fire res, whatever. But you know, I'm not sure if it's gonna be worth it or not. It just gives you a little bit more of the effective hit pool there. Yeah, it has more effective. Well, it doesn't have more effective life than full res. Obviously, yes, against physical, but against you know, resistance, like against elemental, it obviously doesn't, because it has actually 4 times less roughly, and then you get like what, 20% more life. But it's really about just the one shots. Right, you're gonna out-regenerate any kind of damage which does not one-shot you. And that's the only thing which is killing me. So it doesn't even matter how much regeneration I have. Like, I can get like 1 billion regeneration. It doesn't matter. Something is gonna freaking one-shot you. No, it's not 50% more life. It gives you like 1,000 or 1,500. Right, if I remove this, see, like now I have 8.2. If I remove this, I drop to like 6.2. So it's like 2k life. For the trade-off of like 500 energy shield. So actually it adds to your effective hit pool with the grand spectrums roughly. I don't even know. I got one shot in this expedition. So I got one shot by an expedition mob. And I have been one shot like through the 10k. But you know, you don't have to get the grand spectrum, right? Like technically, really, if you play without the helmet and I have 6.6 life and I just remove these, you get like the 3 ones are like 500 life. So that's really not extremely required. But yeah, you can get one shot through 9k HP. It happens. No, it happened multiple times to me. So it happened to me with this expedition, and it happened to me with a breach mob. I could even see it. Like, there was a random breach mob, which would just, you know, it was one of like these claws things. It was just physically hitting me in the face, and I like instantly dropped 10k HP. And then I got one shot by Simulacrum, like the map bosses, which shoot like the 3 fire projectiles. If you eat 3 of them, you're dead. Like, you're one shot. It can happen. So there is definitely thing which one shot you through like 9k EHP. But to be honest, I think if you have like 7, 8, or 9k like pool, I don't think there's going to be a difference. You're going to be like, one shot regardless, because I'm pretty sure like these things are going to do way above 10k with one hit. And you don't really have any mitigation, right? You would have to get, you know, something like physical damage taken as chaos or something like that. So you would have to get like some kind of conversion to even be able to. And I think, you know, in the end, you probably still can get one shot. So I think there's no way to like completely rule out getting one shot. So I guess from that, you know, point of view, the life stacking version is probably a better, because, you know, for the trade-off, you just get like absurd amount of extra damage, right? Because your damage just spikes. Like, if I just switch to like the helmet now, where is it? I'm pretty sure I hit it in the stupid Bloodmage one again. So just, if you just look at my DPS right now, right, I would have 214k, and that's at, right now I have 90% crit, right? If I put on this helmet, it casually jumps to like 320k and 100% crit. And now I could even respec crit damage into crit multi from my skill tree, so it would even jump higher. And also what I'm thinking is if you have very high regeneration, you can just drop the life leech altogether, and you can just get like this one here, which it doesn't display in the tooltip, but it does insane damage. It's bugged in the tooltip, so it's not visible. So you can see it's like, but it doesn't show, but it works. It's like the Veil of the Night. But it removes your resistances, so with this one you can definitely get one shot by elemental damage. Yeah, I think too, because you know removing elemental resistances will definitely get you one shot. Like for example, if you eat like the fireball of like the the simulacrum boss, like there's no way you're gonna survive that without elemental rest, right? You're just done. But this gives you like the insane, if you want to just show off tooltip damage, right? And I'm not having the highest tooltip damage because I don't have the armor, but just, this just adds like straight 100k tooltip. Yeah, it's for bossing. Definitely. I wouldn't wear this in mapping. No, this is not even expensive. I mean, this one with 3 sockets is expensive, but if you don't want 3 sockets, it's not so expensive. But yeah, anyway, so that's that. So I'm gonna try to figure out that tomorrow with the build and everything. I'm probably gonna wait one update. And that's gonna be it. So, thanks for watching.